And quite often then, for many years, our learners get into the university, obtain their degrees with the intention of working in the civil service. Today, that civil service is saturated, and our young people may not find space in that civil service system because times have changed. Today, we need to produce articulate, well-informed, future-ready graduates who are innovative and who can create jobs. Today, we need to promote entrepreneurship, innovation, and development for our young people to meet the needs of the time. You must have heard many times that Africa is the youngest continent in the world today because it's been said that we have the largest population of young people. Another dimension to our situation in Africa, demographic situation in Africa, is that it's been found out that 80% of the population of Africans today are either youths or women. And it behoves on us that for us to be able to meet the demands of the future, our universities should cater for these large demographic groups. We cannot afford to leave our women behind. We need to empower our young people. And to be able to do this, our learning system will have to change. For so many years, when you get to the university, the teacher will stand before you and start to dish out, do I call them facts or ideas? And they expect you students to grab it. And they assess you based on what your teacher has said. Things have changed. Today, our learning teaching method must change from being teacher-centered to being learner-centered, to the extent that the professor can learn from the learners. And the students, the learners, should be given the leeway to be able to explore beyond what is given in the classroom. And because of that, our learning system must change. I want to appreciate all the staff of AU who have been involved in this process since this program of this week started on Monday. Since all the program we started on Monday, emphasis have been given to the fact that for the future of learning in Africa, technology will have to be embraced. Innovation will be the key words. For so many years, professors have been assessed by the number of publications that they produce. And strangely too, we assess our professors more based on the number of foreign publications that they produce that may not have impact upon our own environment in Africa. Now we are challenging our professors. Please do not count papers again. Count the innovations. Count the impact that you can make. So the future of Africa, the future of life in Africa will involve technology, innovation. And for our students, it will involve skills. And it has to be to embrace inclusive growth. We cannot leave anybody behind. We cannot leave the rural dwellers behind in our needs for now. We also realize that there are some people with impairment or one way or the other. We cannot afford to leave them behind. So it must be an inclusive growth. And this is the vision that we'll be focusing. And today I landed, we want to encourage our young people to be innovative. And in the program of today, we'll be having an innovation expo. I want to thank all our young people who have made contributions to this innovation expo, and AAU will be giving them the platform to showcase themselves. But also more importantly today, I consider it a privilege for me to launch a special, massive online course program targeted at administrators, registrars, and other stakeholders in the university system across Africa. We call it the Digital Empowerment MOOCs. we believe that it's not only the lecturers that we need to focus in this move. We need to focus our administrators, our laboratory engineers and technicians. And that's why we want to equip them. And equipping them, we believe that there are 3 important areas that everybody in the university system needs to be empowered with. Firstly, cybersecurity. So these MOOCs will be looking at cybersecurity and want to be addressing the cybersecurity fundamentals in university system. We will also be looking at artificial intelligence essentials for teaching and administration in African universities. And thirdly, we'll be looking at digital literacy for modern academia. The call for these MOOCs has gone out since October 15, and it will still be on till November 7. The process of this call is this. For these 3 areas that I've mentioned, the third materials that you can learn on your own at your own time is already available through the AAU eLearning Africa LMS platform. You can have the link. Anybody in Africa can connect to this AAU eLearning platform, and you can learn at your own pace, at your own time, on these 3 major areas which I've mentioned: cybersecurity fundamentals for university system, artificial intelligence essentials for teaching and administration, and digital literacy for modern academia. So the training will formally take off on November 17, and it will be running in this first cohort until December 5th. We hope that as many is free. For now, this first cohort is free, and anybody can connect and empower yourself through this particular platform. But between February 23rd and February 27th, we'll be having physical meeting of those who want to have that second cohort of this training here in Accra. And I believe that that's physical component of it carries some financial implications which you can get online. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Association of African Universities and in the name of all universities in Africa, it's really my pleasure this morning as we conclude the final day of the Africa University Day for me to launch the Digital Empowerment Massive Online Course for administrators, registrars, and other stakeholders in the university system. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the welcome remarks, Professor Olushola Oyewele. We are indeed grateful. Just to mention that at the AAU, we do believe in co-creation, and therefore the program which SG just launched was jointly co-created with ICT directors from various universities across the continent. It has taken over 2 months of intensive meetings and engagement to co-create those sessions based on what the needs are within the African universities. And therefore, we really encourage all our stakeholders to log on and to take advantage to learn so that we can all improve our knowledge in these areas jointly. On that note, I would like to formally welcome Professor Amevi Akakpovi, who is the Vice Chancellor for Accra Technical University. He's the new Vice Chancellor whose announcement was made not too long ago, I'm sure less than 2 weeks ago. So we are indeed very privileged to have you here. Accra Technical University is a very vibrant member of the AAU, and we look forward.
First of all, thank you very much for the beautiful words. I've been recently appointed as Vice Chancellor for Accra Technical University with a term that begins in January. So currently, I'm still an acting Vice Chancellor, and I've been acting for more than 2 years now. So I'm old in the seat, but yet to be new. Please clap for me. Congratulate me. Yeah. Please permit me to wear this cap as I deliver this speech. This is my way of celebrating the Africans Day. Please accept that I wear it. Thank you so much. The Secretary General of the AAU, distinguished Vice Chancellors and Rectors present here, representative of the Association of African University, colleagues, students, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to you all. A very good morning to you all. It is actually an honor to join you today at the African Innovation Day under the very inspiring theme of digital innovation in African higher education. And that's the topic I'm going to deliver on. I'm deeply grateful to the AAU for creating this platform where ideas do not only inspire us, but also challenge us to act. First of all, let me acknowledge this very platform that has just been introduced and also congratulate AAU that this is a great initiative. And before I even begin the speech, let me share that these very areas that have been mentioned, cybersecurity, AI, and digital literacy, are trending and emerging areas that all of us working in this tertiary ecosystem need to be very much updated with. At Accra Tenka University, in some times back, we set up a center. We call it A4 DigiCap Center. It was in partnership with the Germans that have actually done something of the like. And it's still ongoing though, and it's not to compete what AAU is doing, but to complement the effort. We've been in existence and then we train people in AI and digital literacy to the extent that we have even been able to train government organs like the Statistical Service. We train about 4 badges of their people, and we have support from the German association, which gives us funds. So we are very much ready, as you say, that you can co-create, that we can come on board and share some of our experience with you, because content-wise and even objective-wise, they are very much similar. And we are able to share results on how productive and effective this approach has been to many of our students and even people from outside that attended the same course. So I encourage you all to attend the program by AAU. Thank you. Africa, as our boss say, is the youngest continent in the world. But my speech today will bring about this concept of digital innovation to the classroom. I want to talk particularly about the universities. Our lecture halls, our virtual classrooms, and workshops are filled with a generation that has grown up with smartphones, social media, and artificial intelligence at their fingertips. At the same time, our higher education system are under immense pressure, and these include exploding enrollment in the face of limited infrastructures. I don't know the case in other universities, but at Accra Tenka University, just recently in the, let me say, in the space of about 2 or 3 years, our numbers have to double. Our numbers that we accommodate so well with our infrastructures, they have doubled, but our infrastructure, have not doubled at the same pace. Even though we are making a tremendous effort to increase our infrastructure, the pace is not just the same. And I think this progress, this is similar, because the ministry wants a better enrollment. A lot of people need to be literate. So there are more people coming who are not getting chances to enter the university. And this is a general problem we are all facing. So we have to increase enrollment, but then for quality assurance, they have to be accompanied with a commensurate effort, in infrastructures. And we are struggling because our budgets do not accommodate, so much. There are persistent inequalities in access and success. Now that we are moving into digital, a lot of people can have good access, and many also don't have access because they don't have the equipment it takes. He doesn't have a laptop. Everything you are talking about in classroom got to do with people doing it on a laptop. A labor market that is shifting faster than our curricula, and a global digital economy that will not wait for Africa to catch up. whether we like it or not. So in this context, digital innovation is no longer a luxury, but it is a survival strategy for our university. It's no more a choice that I'll move digital or not. It is a survival strategy for our university and a development imperative for our continent. Traditionally, universities have been defined by their physical infrastructures, lecture halls, libraries, laboratories, and offices. But today, the most successful institutions are defined by something else. People talk about their digital platforms, their data capabilities, their online learning ecosystems, and the ability to connect students to global knowledge network in real time. We all know we have taken one or the other course on Coursera before, Udemy, and many of the MOOCs are available now. And we keep taking very, very well organized and structured courses. Now people are offering a lot of master's programs online from institutions in India, in UK, and all over. And people subscribe to them. And they go through very good learning process and get good certificates. Sometimes even having more credentials than what we have here. They have developed measures to ensure that people do not just cheat by letting maybe a robot or somebody else do assignment on their behalf. They have measures to control a lot of things. And that makes many institutions, even far physically from us here, having bigger influence than institutions that are closer to us. So across Africa, we are seeing practical examples. Learning management system that holds blended and online courses. And a lot of universities have developed that post-COVID-19. They are now talking of virtual labs and simulations in engineering, health, and science. And then digital libraries and open educational resources, breaking the monopoly of expensive textbooks. That concept of expensive textbook reserved to one or two people is no more there. Everything is available for everyone now. Online application and admission system that simplify access and reduce corruptions and delays. And digital credentialing, e-portfolios that allow graduates to carry their university in their own pockets. There are no abstract concepts. They are quietly transforming the way we teach, the way we learn, the way we research, and even the way we manage our institutions. Collaborative platforms make it possible for a lecturer in Accra, a researcher in Nairobi, and a PhD student in Kigali to work on the same project in real time. I was part of co-supervision at many times, one with universities in Kigali, and then mainly with university in Johannesburg. Meanwhile, I've not gone there physically. And yet I have participated to the PhD co-supervision, attended the defense, and it has been very effective and repetitive to some extent. So it tells you the power of these digital platforms today. For Africa, digital innovation in research means building institutional repositories, okay, using digital tools in areas such as climate modeling, renewable energy, my own area, AI, health informatics, agriculture, and urban planning. Leveraging virtual conferences, webinars, and online communities to overcome the barriers of travel costs and logistics. We must move from simply consuming general or global knowledge. Been in position on Africa for a long time. They believe that we are consumers of knowledge. Finish. We don't produce, we don't challenge. We are pure consumers of knowledge. We must move from that position of being pure consumers of knowledge to now producing and exporting digital research output that shape global agenda. So I got a bit lost in my own speech. Sorry. Please, this one is not the problem of the digital time. Um, so I went a bit ahead, but let me come back. I wanted to touch on four main pillars in this speech. Four things that, having described the context of the ecosystems that we are facing with digital transformation, There are 4 imperative approaches I'd like to discuss, which I think will be beneficial to all of us. So I want to talk of pillar 1, which talks about digital pedagogy and learning design. That putting, when we talk of digital pedagogy and learning design, we need to be very careful. People think that doing some mere activities on internet means already doing what we call the digital pedagogy and then the learning design. For instance, putting a PDF online, this is not any digital innovation anymore. Or having a lecture on Zoom doesn't necessarily mean that the lecture is well taught, well done. You can also as well carry all your trouble and go on Zoom and just go and deliver it. And when the students are happy, they pick it and then they go on social media and have fun of you. You see? So the true digital innovation in pedagogy now means the redesign of courses. We need to redesign courses for to be able to accept the blended and online delivery. That's shorter units, very interactive content, and continuous assessment. We need to be able to integrate multimedia, simulation, virtual labs, and use learning analytics to monitor student engagement. And monitoring student engagement is very fundamental these days. Because especially when you are online, you are not face to face. The person can put his Zoom on while he's cooking, or even he put the speaker, or how do you call it? The audio systems, he off it. Then he's even playing music, but physically you think that he's there. He's not there. The spirit is not there. So monitoring is very important. Encouraging student-centered learning, as said by the Secretary General, is very important, where students not just consume content, but they create them. Then pillar 2, so pillar 1, digital pedagogy, let's not forget it. Pillar 2 is digital research, data and collaboration. I went ahead a bit in this earlier, but I'm back. You need to really consider digital research. Research is also undergoing a digital revolution, just like the other areas. So access to international journal and open access databases is no more a problem of our day. Tools for data analysis, simulation, and modeling are widely available. So if you continue doing things in the old days, you have a problem. There are tools, basically there are tools for everything else we want to think about. You just need to get the right tool and use. And collaborative platform make it possible for a lecturer to do a lot of things together. Now, let me come back to something that was passing in my mind, talking about research. And I think the Secretary General touched it very well. He says that we lecturers are promoted based on the number of papers we write. But today, in the midst of ChatGPT and many of the AI tools, writing is no more a skill that is so special to anybody. My daughter brought to me that new AI, and the AI, the first day, I just asked on the internet whether it's another AI again. Is it Gemini or something? Is that Gemini? So the first thing I was told is that it can help you write a book. All you need is to tell him the idea, and then tell him the possible chapters you expect, and he give you a draft, and then you modify the drafts until you get what you want. So what is so special in writing now? So we have to find new ways of assessing people doing their job and making impact on the community, the student, and everybody as required. So I agree with you perfectly that we cannot continue in the old way. It becomes too easy and too simple. So pillar 3 talks about digital administration and governance. And again, surprisingly enough, this is another point you touch again. We often overlook the issues of governance and administration of university, but let's say that this is also extremely powerful, and a digital transformation of university must touch on the administration and the governance as well. The reason is that we have online student record and result to manage, integrated system for finance. We shouldn't be in a university where people don't know whether they have paid or they haven't paid. They claim they have paid, they go and check, and the account come back, it didn't pay, and those things are things of the past. We have a digital record management system. Immediately you pay, it's credited in your account. The account is accessible to you or to the university government management system anytime, and we can be sure that your records are kept safe. HR, procurement record all need to go on the online systems. Today, if you are part of university management in Ghana, you get to know that procurement is not done again the old way. You talk about GIFMIS and so many digital platforms created by the government, and one must go onto those systems, respect the PFM regulations, and then procure according to the new law. If you are still using the old law, you are not abreast with the digital platform, so sorry for you. Similarly, issues of quality assurance in university, which are the fundamental pillars on which the university are founded, quality assurance, need to be taken also through these digital platforms. There are many issues that can be handled when you create the appropriate digital platform for quality assurance. Students more than often who assess lecturers and have no idea what happened after this assessment. Lecturers sometimes that are assessed themselves are not able to have a record of what the students are saying about them. But I think the whole process is meant for improvement and transformation, so that if something is going wrong, it can be adjusted in the future so that it's done better. So you see, there are platforms, you need to have a platform for quality assurance that even handle issues of accreditations. In university that become big and have a lot of programs, sometimes they don't know which of them is the accreditation is dead, that they have to begin the renewal process. And it's quite tough to manage when you don't have a system that accommodate everything in which you insert. So university must innovate and create systems of the nature, and also for performance monitoring in all other areas of the university. E-governance tools are needed to enable transparent decision making and reduce some level of bureaucracy. So I like to say that these innovations may not be glamorous as AI or robotic, but they do free time, they reduce waste and improve accountability, allowing leadership to focus on strategy and innovation rather than on paperwork. The fourth point I like to make is about digital scale entrepreneurship and future work. Perhaps the most important dimension is the link between digital innovation in our university and the future of work in Africa. This is a continent that the Secretary General described as the youngest, having about 80% of its staff being women or young people who actually must find jobs and get food on the table. And that is very important in life. If these are not empowered with the skills to actually get a job that is coming in the future, because the job coming in the future is different from the job you have today. It has changed in nature. And therefore, you must be prepared to meet that job requirement so as to be able to fit into it. So our graduates are entering a world where data science, AI, cybersecurity, fintech, e-commerce, drones, digital media, and green technologies are rewriting our job description. The job descriptions are not the same. So your old certificate might not be relevant. You need to upgrade yourself with skills that are relevant to what we are saying to be able to meet the new job requirements. Many jobs, as say by the World Economic Forum, that 85 million jobs not will be gone, will be displaced, meaning that is either way they will exist again, but in other forms. So it's up to you to meet the requirement of that job to be able to grab it at that time. The job is there, but it's no more delivered in the old way. A good example is the road mechanics, who is trained with, let me say, archaic, skills. He goes on and then you bring the car, he repairs it. But now the car is gone electronics. And that electronic, he needs to use a diagnosing machine, connect to the car, read the fault, go online, and then interpret that code to know exactly the possible areas that are faults, come and test them and replace the wrong part. How is he going to do that? That doesn't mean that people's car will not spoil anymore, but he might not be relevant to repair the car if it's not upgraded. And it's same for all of us in all other areas. You see, so many jobs that our people will have to do in the year like 2035, going to 2050, do not exist yet today. Employers are seeking adaptable and problem solvers, not just degree holders. You can hold a degree, but you might not know how to solve the problem. So digital innovation in higher education, therefore, must embed digital literacy and advanced digital skills across all programs, from engineering to business, from art to agriculture. That is why at Accra Technical University, in our new framework for Bachelor of Technology, there are university-wide courses that are mandatory for all students. And those include a bit of these skills that I've just brushed here. And we need to encourage innovation hubs, startup incubators, virtual internships, and opportunity of these the like to allow students to learn beyond what is traditional learning. We need to promote entrepreneurship so that our students are not only job seekers, but job creators in the digital and green economy. So these are 4 fundamental points I mentioned and I discussed. Number 1, digital pedagogy. Number 2, digital research, data and collaboration. Number 3, digital administration and governance. And number 4, digital scale entrepreneurship and future work. Thank you very much for listening. Of course, the path is not without obstacle. You must be honest about some of them. We cannot get all this done on the table without facing a number of challenges. Let me just briefly touch on 5 of them. Number 1, infrastructure gap. Unreliable power supply, limited bandwidth, low device penetration still hinder many institutions. Is it true or not? You have students, university is even prepared. Now, university and learning is no more the affair of the institutions only. You go to university to learn, they manage to have infrastructure for blended learning. They have internet on campus, but you must have a device that can connect to the internet. That is a first requirement for you. So you tell your parent that it's no longer the time to buy books. You have to buy laptops in addition to the books. Number 2, you must find a reliable way to have data and not misuse it. Generally, at first, you will misuse it, but you need to stabilize quickly and use it for the right purpose. That's a challenge. And many institutions are still suffering even common issues like power deficit. They are not able to pay electricity bill. The infrastructures are not working. So how do we say we are going blend and digitals, and then we have infrastructures that are not responding? Today, the service is not available because electricity is not paid. Is that fair? But we claim we are online. Please, we need to look at infrastructure deficit. Number 2, capacity and mindset. And that's surprisingly for me can be the most critical. Because you see, many academics were trained in the pre-digital era. Many, even who call themselves professors, PhD, or you give them all the name, they rely name in academia. Some were granted those certificates. You were not born, my friend. You are not even born. And they haven't gone through any form of upgrade or learning that keep them fit to the time we are. How do you expect such person to teach you the AI you want? Eh? Look at how I struggle to mention Jemima. What was the name again? Oh, you can laugh. I don't have problem. What's the name again? Gemini. It's not Jemima. Okay, it's Gemini. So without structured capacity building, digital tools become superficial add-on rather than transformative instruments. We know many people, when you get to training, you struggle. Some people are not moved by anything. You train and you train and you retrain and you are tired of hearing the word training and nothing has changed about them. Nothing. And they are lecturers. They are already full-time staff. You can't do anything about them. What do you do? And this person doesn't transform. If it make all your agenda fail, all your digital transformative agenda will fail because he will not do what you are saying in the classroom. He hasn't even tried it. He has not made himself, available to be transformed. That is the fundamental problem. And that is why we need to take advantage of the opportunities of courses like this, the course proposed by the AAU, to begin to pick a few things. But institution rectors, vice chancellors, and people who manage university, that's a big challenge. Because there are these 20% of your lecturers who are not ready to be transformed. They don't like to hear about anything new. It's a worry. For them, they have suffered already in the classroom. They are now working. They just need to come and take the salary at the end of the month and relax. Then you are, do this, do that. It's terrible for them. You need to find a way to meet those people. Number 3, cost and sustainability. Enterprise software, licenses, cloud services, and continuous upgrade are very expensive. Sometimes university are not able, they are not able to afford those training because it's just too expensive to organize one and to have 20 or 40% who resist the learning. Do you see? And so you have to rely sometimes on donor funded, and these are things that we expect that AAU and other well-known regional collaboration or networking body for university brings on the platform, even if it has to be through grants, through call for proposal, that people will write and get access to some grant that will help them to enable those training in their university is very important. The only opportunity we get now is that the big university have very big IGF they have built already, so they can do their own things. The small universities are struggling, and sometimes they have to collaborate with people in the EU. You are in Africa here and you are bidding for grants in the European Commission before you can train your people. Why Africans, we ourselves, we have the association that can bring those grants on our table. It's something we must look at. Then number 4, inequality and inclusion. Again, if you are not careful, digital innovation can deepen inequalities. This time, the inequality is not about female and male, but it's about, for instance, urban and rural students. The urban student is exposed to nice laboratories, digital content, very sophisticated thing. The rural guy has seen nothing. Nothing. We described school yesterday in very remote area. Without the students have not seen computers before. They also have a bachelor in electrical engineering like you here. I see. So it can deepen inequality between well-funded and struggling institutions. I just mentioned it. Some institutions are rich, and they cannot become poor anymore because they have built up many years, budget years upon years. They reach some maturity. That's why whatever you do, they will not go, poor anymore. And those institutions can easily take decisions to do many things that you cannot do. And so because they have the capability and the possibility, they have the financial muscle, they can engage into activities that are very well, for quality assurance, do many things. And you're a poor person, you can have the best brain, you don't have any resource, and you just can't do anything. It creates more differences. And also between personal device, those who have personal device and those who do not. If you teach a programming class, you see the difference immediately. As you are teaching, programming is such that you need the student to practice immediately. Otherwise, it's not something they tell you and the knowledge stick to your brain like that. Then you have a class like this, and then a minority of 20 people, or some have Apple, nice computers, the parents are rich, well endowed families, and others don't even have a phone that can connect to internet. You teach the what you did. Oh, yes, sir. You set the question 0. Nobody understood you. Only the few people who have practiced. A lot of inequalities. So we need to find solution to all these problems. And finally, one challenge on the road is governance and policy gaps. Many universities lack clear digital transformation strategies. It cannot be an afterthought anymore. Our strategic plans for university must necessarily include an agenda on digital transformation. What is our strategy? What can we include in the next 4 or 5 years? If we don't have that, then we don't have a good reason to spend in that direction. And I think that's very, very important now. So digital transformation strategies, data governance framework, and policies on online assessment, intellectual property, AI usage, all these universities are called to tie those loose ends. So these challenges are real, but they are not the reason why we should retreat. They can be worked on. They are reason why we need to coordinate this transformative agenda. We need to innovate smarter and also to share solutions. And in that regard, permit me to touch on just 2 aspects of solutions to close this speech. So the question is, what should we do collectively as African higher education leaders? I would like to propose a few points. Number 1, we need to develop clear institutional and national digital strategies. Every university should have a digital transformation roadmap aligned with national and regional priorities. Clear milestone for infrastructure, for platform development, capacity building, and policies. Number two, we need to invest in people, not just platform. Because I have learned the severe lessons of if you don't invest in people, the system will not work. You need to invest in people, not just in platform. Technology is only as powerful as the people using it. If technology and system develop without the people also developing in a proportional manner, it will still not be used. It will still not create the expected impact. So continuous training for lecturers, administrators, and students in digital tools, instructional designs, and data literacy is essential and fundamental. And that's why I continue congratulating AAU for really launching these courses today. Number three, build shared infrastructures and regional collaboration. And you'll be surprised, but that is another area that you begin to sometimes sit down. You wake up in the morning and you sit down and you think about what's wrong with us. We are not able to collaborate. We are difficult to come together and do things is the most difficult assignment to Africans. I'm saying it today. Because you see, somewhere else we have learned the lesson. People are able to create, they talk about MOOCs. Among university, 3 universities come together, they go for this grant, they create this platform that is accessible to students from all the region. We are not sharing. It's either mine or it's not true. That is the type of spirit that is in the system. So because of that, we are all weak. We can't pull our resources together and build something stronger for the community. Individually, we are not capable to do all. If you want to set one virtual labs on robotic arm, the cost for one person alone, you want to set an AI lab. So if every university should have an AI lab, I can tell you, it's not a reality of today. Years will pass, and the job market will not wait. But if we come together, we have built one that we can all benefit before, by now. So these are the problems. Develop shared cloud-based platforms, pool resources to negotiate better licenses and then connectivity deals, create consortia for digital content, online courses and virtual labs, and so on and so forth. AAU, in my belief, is a natural convener for such collaborations. And I want to really congratulate AAU for some effort of collaboration that happened within this year. We have been linked to some universities in China. AAU, through AAU, Accra Technical University, for instance, we forged a collaboration with the North China University of Water and Energy Resources. We've even signed, even though we have not met face to face, we are planning a visit where we can come in handy and support each other in many different areas. But I am emphasizing today on collaboration among universities in our region and how those collaborations could lead us to build things that are common for all of us, and then we share to our community and our students. Number 4, we need to embed innovation and entrepreneurship into our curriculum. Digital innovation is not only about tools, it's a culture. Every student should have the opportunity to participate in innovation challenges, hackathons, digital fabrication projects, and applied research competitions. Universities should facilitate industry partnership where students work on real-world digital platforms, be it in health, agriculture, energy, logistics, finance, and all the other systems. In this way, our campus will become innovative ecosystems rather than just examination centers. We also need to ensure ethics, inclusion, and responsible use of technology. As we embark on this journey with AI, big data, and digital platform, we need to think about how to protect data privacy. It's very important. Otherwise, you create a platform and sell you wrongly. How to prevent algorithm bias and digital exclusion. How do we maintain academic integrity in an age of generative AI? A call for action. Colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, Africa has missed previous industrial revolution partly because we were passive recipients of technology, what I call proper consumer. Passive is good or is no good, or you let's take it is a better thing. Passive recipient of technology. Okay? We cannot afford to be passive in the digital age. It will not help us. We cannot afford to be passive in the digital age. Our students are ready. You'll be surprised when you put our students in a real environment or in a context where innovation can speak. You'll be shocked the type of innovation you see. Our students are very powerful. It's the enabling environment that they lack. And sorry to come back some more and say this. In a collaboration, we agree with some university in UK in the last year. We through the British Council, we won a grant where some of our business students connect to the business students in the UK, and they build collaborative projects that has no boundaries or borders, physical borders. For instance, let's design maybe a website or something to tell people where there are pharmacies in Accra or something like that. Something that is not really bound to, the boundaries of your country. And they could produce innovative project, 2 students here in Ghana, 2 students there in UK. Then they produce innovative project and they go and present, and there is a panel with juries, and then we mark, and then awards are given at a certain time. And students, after some time, they'll come and do 3 months here. We will go and do 3 months there. And I haven't gone anywhere though, but I facilitated all. And I was excited when I was on the panel to see the level of innovation that these students presented. Some are still being presented at any occasion they call for anything in the university up to today. Students are very, very innovative and very brainy, but they don't get the chance, the conducive environment, to express that fruit of the brain. So our innovators are already building solutions in fintech. And the fact is what I just mentioned. Health technology, agri-technology. Our universities stand at the intersection of knowledge on one side, the youth force we have on the other side, and the technology. The question is, will we move fast enough, boldly enough, and collaboratively enough so that they can achieve results? That is the question. Let us leave this Africa Innovation Day with more than good speeches. Let us leave it with commitment to concrete digital projects in our institution, to plans to share best practices and platforms across borders, and a renewed conviction that African higher education will not sit at the periphery of the digital revolution, but also at its center. We shall be on the table this time, not on the menu. I hope you know that. They say if you are not on the table, you are on the menu. It means that if you are not on the table, you will be eating. And that has been our destiny for so long. This time, let's be on the table when it comes to the digital revolution. So in closing, allow me to share a simple thought that a truly innovative university is not defined by the technologies it owns, but by the future it enables each student to create. The future it enables each student to create. May our digital innovation open doors for millions of young Africans to learn, to work, to innovate, and then to lead. I want to take this opportunity to thank you very much, and I wish you a fruitful Africa Innovation Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think we can do better. He has given us a lot of very informative nuggets. I did hear that if you don't invest in people, the systems will not work. That's one of the calls that Prof made. He also did reference their partnership with the China Association of Higher Education. And in that regard, I would like to acknowledge Professor Peng Yi from the China Association of Higher Education, who is with us here today. Thank you very much, Prof. Next on our agenda is really for us to dive straight by reviewing the innovations, the various pitches that we have put together. As part of the process, we had issued a call across the continent calling for innovators to showcase what they have, promising that this is a platform where we would have various stakeholders connected, both online across the continent and then also here at the Secretariat. We received over 50 applications from various countries, and we want to dive straight into reviewing some of those that were successfully selected after the review process. We also have some physically here present with us, and therefore after the online session, we would then move around the various rooms. I passed there when Prof was speaking, and I saw some very interesting displays and exhibit. So we would also go around as part of the second session to engage with the various innovations that have been mounted. Again, we have a panel of advisors who would mainly be providing key comments and be providing guidance to those who have innovations to show in terms of how they can scale it up, or perhaps which institutions they can connect with, and how they can further advance what they have started. When Prof was delivering his address, he mentioned, or he urged students to lead Africa's innovation. I just want to be sure that we have a good number of students in this room. Do we have students? Can we see by hand? I'm hoping that we have a lot of students here. Okay, all right, yeah. Thank you so much. He says the future really belongs to us, and we really need to start it now, take charge, and make sure that we are leading Africa's innovation now, not in the future. With that being said, I would like to invite the panel of advisors to join us upstage. We have Professor Amevi Akakovi, who just delivered the address. He is the Vice Chancellor, Accra Technical University. Prof, over here. We also have Professor Olusegun Obadino, who is a quality assurance specialist here at the Association of African Universities. Prof, if you can join us. And then we have Dr. Nana Essini from the Ghana Institute of Management and Public Administration, GIMPA, from the Department of Computer Science and Information Systems. Perhaps before we start playing the submissions that came online, would like to hear just a word from each of them in terms of their expectations of current day innovation to enable us solve the 21st century problems. What do we expect current day innovators to do? Just a word of advice to all of us as we try to come up with very relevant innovations for the African continent. So we start with Dr. Assini, Nana.
Thank you very much, at least for being here. I believe that the world is now being led by software. So one area that innovation, even if we don't have all the infrastructures, we can easily handle is software. So I expect that we partake in most innovation, relying on some of these platforms that are easy to get on. Because if you go to any place, anywhere in the world, software is there. And I say that today, even at the cemetery, some people are trying to leave their family with iPhones and other things. So that is an area that we can focus. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunities. For me, innovation should really address a problem. And education must be contextualized to our need. It was established that we have a very rich cultural heritage and we have our problems. So I would deem it very innovative if that project addresses a challenge we have here, either a new challenge or even an existing one, but with better solution than the existing solution to the same problem. So these are my brief expectations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, I want to follow what you've just said, that innovation need to identify a challenge and provide solution to that challenge. That is why it can be an innovation. I'm a food scientist. I believe that when we talk about innovation these days, people need to look into the area of food because food comes first. Everybody needs to eat. And we have a lot of challenges within the food value chain. Once you are able to identify this challenge or those challenges, and you bring up solution to those challenges, you are there already. So as we move on, we'll talk more on that. Thank you very much.
Okay. I hope it works so that I use this whilst they use that. I would go through briefly some of the submissions that came in and then hand over to the technical team. Okay. One of the innovations that was selected for us to display at this session was from Mubarak Rajni. It's in the field of EdTech. He has an innovation called Foodify. We also have one from EduCarbon. It's an EdTech, similarly in the field of EdTech. He's from the Federal University of Technology in Minna, Nigeria. Then we received another one which was selected from Minor John Rokorio. His is a solar-based curricular waste convention system, and he's from the University of Nairobi in Kenya. Similarly, another innovative project that was selected for us to engage with was from Dr. Levi Cheru Choptora from the Kenyatta University in Kenya, and this is in the field of AI-driven health. Again, we have one from Wiswa Roland Mirondo from the Oxford University College, and that is in the field of climate resilient food system. Maybe the last one, we have 6 online ones from Abdullahi Kibiru, EdTech, and then also in Green Tech. And the focus is on youth renewable energy, and they have a training lab. So that would also be played shortly. If the technical team is ready, perhaps we can have the first 2, and we can receive comment from our panel of advisors and move to another set. So the first one will be presented by Mohammed Kabir. He's the founder and CEO of LEADEX. They are in the field of youth renewable energy. They have a youth renewable energy training lab in the field of green tech and then also EdTech. Mohammed is from the National Open University of Nigeria. If we are ready, we can have the first video.
Good day, distinguished judges and fellow innovators, researchers, and everyone here. I am Mohammed Kabir, founder and CEO of LEADEX, and I am honored to be part of the Africa Universities Week 2025 Innovation Expo. I'm excited to share how LEADEX is turning education into practical skills and real income opportunities for young people across Africa. At LEADEX, our mission is simple: to make education practical. And we train children, teenagers, and young adults in digital and business skills they can actually use to create, earn, and grow. We are proud to be an incubator of the Northwest Incubation Center, Kano. Here with me today are 2 amazing members of our leadership team.
Hello everyone, my name is Abdullahi Kabiru, the Chief Operating Officer of LEADEX.
Hello everyone, I'm Umar Kabir, the Chief Financial Officer at LEADEX.
Together, we are united by one vision to turn knowledge into income and dreams into reality. Here's the problem. In Nigeria and across Africa, thousands of graduates finish school without the practical skills to work, start a business, or create value. And most schools focus only on theory, while many students have never even used a computer or real digital tools. Okay, so this is why unemployment keeps rising, not because people are lazy, but because they were never truly trained to create. So this is the solution. That's where LeadX comes in. We teach hands-on digital skills like Google Ads, YouTube ads, affiliate marketing, AI tools like artificial intelligence, online course creation, and more. But more importantly, we help students implement what they learn, creating real projects, portfolios, and creating opportunities. And our model is simple but powerful. Okay, our model is learn, implement, and earn. So, and this is the impact we have made. So far, we have trained people across Jigawa, Kano, and Abuja, with 14 already start earning from the skills they have learned from us. Like, as you can see, we have Shitu made over 33,000 naira, Fadila, and Hashim, and a lot more. So these are real results, and young people turning learning into income. For this, we are seeking 20 million in seed funding to expand our digital and business training to 5 new communities by 2026. This will help us develop new courses and resources, provide laptops and internet access, promote our programs, and support students with mentorship and scholarships. With this support, we can train over 500 young people and help them become financially independent. Yes, we can help them. And at LeadX, we believe Africa's greatest resource is young people. They don't need more theory. They need opportunity, guidance, and the tools to create. Together, we can unlock that potential one student at a time. Thank you for your attention, and I'm Muhammad Kabir, so don't forget, leading to excellence. So in this case, watch this video together. Let's watch how LeadX students are.
We offer both online and offline classes. We reward effort and impact with LeadX credit cards, silver, gold, and premium cards.
Thank you. I hope this will be the greatest presentation on this great event. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much. And we hope that we have some investors in the room as well, and those connected online to help scale up the various innovations that we'll be engaging with today. I would not comment on it. It's not my job. I'll leave that to the panel of advisors. At this point, we would like to take the second video. Some of the other innovators are connected online, those from Kenya and some from Nigeria as well. So let's take the videos that are ready and then would move to give them the chance to connect and present. The second video, if it's ready, that would be by Ayola Temilehin, Israel, and this is also in the field of EdTech.
Good day, distinguished guests, innovators, and partners. My name is Ayola Temilehin, Israel, a student of Mechatronics Engineering, Federal University of Technology, Minna, here in Nigeria, and I am honored to present WindPair. WindPair is a smart wind energy distribution system for smallholder farmers. So as we all know, a lot of the main problem affecting us in Africa, affecting farmers and also affecting different sectors is energy. Energy, like fuel, they are very expensive and make farmers less productive in whatever they are doing. And if there's less energy or less productivity, there will be income loss and food insecurity in the country, society, and also in the community. So our vision is to create a smart community-based wind energy system to provide affordable, reliable electricity to small smallholder farmers across Africa. So bringing in prepaid system just like prepaid unity in electricity, but here is just prepaid system in wind energy, a clean energy, a sustainable energy. So with smart distribution, and it will be community focused, designed for small rural microgrid that serve local farming community. So what our project entails is decentralization, is transparent, and is accessible. People can easily get power anytime just because wind is free, and we can easily get this anytime. And also there will be implementation of blockchain technology to make this more transparent and also ensure security in energy distribution system. Wind is not just about electricity, it's about empowerment. It's a reliable and affordable clean energy, and also provision of a flexible pay as you use model. You only pay what you use. Cleaner air and greener farming, and also digital access for rural farming and rural users, for them to be able to access digital markets and more people. And also this is also sustainable, and also this is also preaching more about SDG goals, and also support the motivation or support the goals behind SDG. So currently we are the ideation phase, moving soon to the impact and the pilot phase very soon. So the technology behind wind pair is simple. There will be IoT enabled smart prepaid meters, giving access to farmers to be able to pay or buy the units of what they want to use on their farm, with the provision of pay as you use model, and also blockchain based credit management, and also they can easily buy units from their app or with their USSD platform, and also with the modular mini wind turbine. So the impact is simple. There will be economy empowerment, environment stewardship, and global goals alignment. SDG 7, 13, 8, and 2. And also this is community centric and also farmer centric. So the vision is simple. By year 2026, we should be able to finish the project with the assistance from our innovators or assistance from investors, and also by the year 2027 we should be able to launch this, and 2030 this should be in the market. In Africa, as you all know, energy is everywhere. Wind is free, abundant, and full of potential. What farmers need is not fuel, it's a fair system that lets them thrive sustainably. Wind pair represents the future to power food, work, and hope. I invite you to join us as a partner, mentor, or investor in transforming wind into opportunity. Together, let's make wind pair the heartbeat of Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much. This presentation was on energy inclusion. We really appreciate the participant for bringing in that submission. I'm just checking whether both of them are online so that maybe they can give us a 1 minute comment, and then I'll turn to the panel of judges. Sorry, the panel of advisors before we pick another set. And then we can also start off with some of those who are physically present here. Do we have them connected online? Mohammed is, okay. So can we see it on the screen? If we can see him, that would be great. So Mohammed is the founder and CEO of LeadX. That was the first presentation. Perhaps whilst we wait for the technical team, we can engage the panel of advisors in terms of any comment, any advice they have for the first innovation that's presented. Thank you.
Okay. I hope he's listening. Is he? Okay, good. Uh, don't forget when we were trying to say little things on what innovations is all about and what innovators should also be thinking. Uh, we mentioned that the first thing is to start with a real problem, not just an idea. What is the problem that you've identified that you think there's need to solve? And I think he was able to tell us that the problem there was or there is a problem in teaching ICT. Okay. Now, but the next thing that you need to also think after identifying the problem is the technology that you think you want to bring in solving that problem. Is it appropriate? Okay. So he was able to show to us empowering young minds in the area of ICT. Okay, which is good. But the next thing that may also need to come to an innovator's mind is that technology that you want to talk about or want to use, is it accessible and usable? You need to start looking or thinking about that. So those little kits that it was showing us that they are trying to empower through ICT, the VC mentioned when he was giving his address that if we are not very careful, which is happening now, some people may have that challenge of accessing that technology. So that need to also be think about. But something that is lacking from what he has shown to us is how can money be made through what he's trying to do. He said they want to, let me read what I put there. He said the impact is learning to earn income. That is lacking. It didn't show that how will those kids or how will people that will be trained through the use of the ICT use it to make money. So that is lacking. So any innovation or innovations that you are coming up with, you must know that this innovation is to help in making money, right? And you should be able to identify how that will be realized. Is it within 1 year, 6 months? How much? So that at the end of the day, you know that you are achieving what you have already planned. So don't let me say much. Let me stop here and give it to the VC.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I think exactly what I was going to add is about sustainability. Whether the project that he's working on can be sustained for a very long time. I think I got to hear that he's training the kids probably in coding and also be able to use something like social media adverts and other things so that they can earn some money from there. But how sustainable is that? So he should try and look at it, how he can sustain it. Probably thinking about coding for them to be working on websites and other things to bring income may help. That's what I want. Thank you.
Thank you. I would also like to add my voice to first of all congratulate the candidate. I think it's innovative to come up with a concept like this, where we all know that in our time, digital skill related to software coding, and even the use of computers are of high importance. I just want to believe that this innovation, which is training the student from the grassroots and then taking them to the upper level, It's not something that is a replacement to their normal learning, but it's an addition, because the student need to go through normal education first to develop the open mind in all possible areas and grasp necessary foundational skill. While in addition, they have this ICT training that will make them, a preferred choice or easy to appreciate things related to ICT in the future. So that is one caution. But on the other hand, I want to encourage this approach. I have seen it even in Ghana recently, where we have a school that trains children in robotics. And I would like to encourage that the innovations and the skill that you are putting on the table, you can go a little beyond by adding a bit of, coding towards automation, robotics, as they are also becoming very fundamental and needed on the market. I wish you well and we wish to encourage your initiative. Thank you.
He's connected online. Would you have any comments on the feedback that just came in?
Yes,
Good to have you
sure.
here.
Good day, everyone. My name is Muhammad Kabir, and I'm the CEO of Empowered. First of all, I really appreciate them. I would like to respond to the question.
Mohammed, if you can hear me.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, it's better now.
Okay, good day, everyone. I'm very happy to be here at this great event, and I'd like to make some comments regarding to some questions that have been asked now. Let me start with how can money made? Someone asked about how can money made? Actually, they are already making money from what they have learned, because one of the best things at LEADEX is you will not get any certificate till you start making money from what you have learned from us, or you create something very valuable to the society. So actually, we used to teach them the skills and how to brand themselves on that particular skill, how to advertise it themselves without needing anyone, starting from graphic design, video editing, and other stuff. Like, let me give you one example, like online course creation. We have a student that we teach how to create a course, online course about something else. So once they create that course, we used to teach them Google Ads, YouTube Ads, and other advertisement platforms to their target audience. Any kind of niche that you choose to advertise your products, we will teach you how to advertise it, how to get your target audience. We are teaching them everything. So, like for example, they create a storybook. They create a storybook, and that storybook, let's assume they are selling it at only 1,000, not even 5,000. If it is 5,000 and they run advert on Google Ads or YouTube Ads or whatever, they will get, if they get like 100 customers purchase that book, they already have 500,000 naira. If they are selling it at only 10,000 naira, they already made 1 million naira from only 100 customers. I'm doing that too. So in this case,
Okay, thank you very much. We can't hear you, but in the interest of time, I think maybe we can still get back or engage with you. Thank you so much. I would have loved that we engage with the second video, but in the interest of time, maybe let's take the third video so that when we come back to you, you are commenting on the two, and we'll check for our other online participants, and then we'll start with the physical one. The third video, if we are ready, it's from Robotics Kits. It's focused on robotic kits. It's called Robotic Kits Adruano Project. And that is by Emmanuel Ohemin Sr. If we do have this video, technical team, let's have it.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel Ohemin Sr.
the CEO of Qua Tutors. Qua Tutors, the problem we saw in our community is lack of access to qualified professional teachers to tutor learners online or to come to individual homes to tutor in person, and also to go to various schools to teach special courses like STEM. So the solution is a Qua mobile application that intends to bridge the gap of accessibility to teachers. And this is how it works. So we put database of our teachers on our mobile app, then parents and individual school sign up, then order for the teachers. And these are our services. We tutor learners in academic related stuff such as Cambridge courses, Montessori courses, and GS courses. And we also tutor courses like languages, STEM, and other subjects. These are our value proposition. So our services we offer are personalized teaching, where we take database of learners, and with the aid of AI are able to help us to come up with a tailored solution or a tailored plan on how we can, provide solution to the academic need of the learners. And in the field of STEMs, we use waste materials such as cardboard, such as plastic bottles, in building the STEM projects in which it tends to minimize pollution of the environment. Our attraction so far, we partner with 99 individual homes here in Ghana and outside Ghana, in countries like Nigeria, in Kenya, in the US, where we tutor learners there online. And even in Ghana here, we have learners, we are tutoring them online. And Takrade is where we have most of our learners teaching them in person. And also with the partnership with Schools for STEM, we have about 10 schools where we give them STEM teachers, which uses the waste materials to build STEM projects with them, cultivating the spirit of engineering and other field in them. And this is our go-to-market strategy. We leverage it on social media, we leverage on email marketing, and we also get referral from the existing client that we are servicing them. Yeah, and this is our roadmap. We have our website fully functioning, and we have our office. We've been able to acquire an office space where we operate from. And currently, our mobile app is under development, where we are testing it, and we are hoping to launch it latest by December. We've also partnered with individual organizations such as
opportunity to comment. I'd like to comment on the second project, and I think even though I struggle to listen to the video, but I got the input that is about additional power supply, especially for farming, using wind and then a bit of solar. I think that's very encouraging, because if you check agriculture, farming for that matter, is very essential for our economy. And it is clear that if this is developed to the apex, we can attain food sustainability, which is one of the requirements for Africa and even for developing countries in general. But this is hindered by the lack of energy, and so therefore deploying solutions for remote location that do not need grid, but relying on solar and wind is very a well-thought initiative. However, we would like to encourage that this initiative is carried carefully. These are two different forms of renewable that suffer what we call intermittency, in the sense that they come on and off. Solar produces within the day and not in the night, and the other one, wind is blowing, is not blowing. If you are not careful, the solution, the sustainability and the effectiveness of the solution must be carefully simulated. And again, there are possibility of being deployed remotely in a sizable manner depends on the climatic conditions. That we have enough sunshine to produce solar. That tells the number of panels you can take. That we have enough wind. Data can be taken from Energy Commission in Ghana. Or if you don't rely on that data, you can conduct pilot studies so that you are very sure of the design you are proposing to people. One thing I would like to add is that there is a technology driving agriculture these days. We've seen it deployed in China, in Korea, and most of the other countries. That's drone. They use drone for farming. Drone to spread water, to spread insecticide, and many of the like. And so drones have batteries that need charging station. So if you are deploying a technology that uses wind and solar, I believe you can provide a reliable port for charging, batteries, so that those can be used if you have a drone. Drone now are becoming very popular and affordable. So that when you have the technology, you can also purchase the drone. If you are tired, you use the drone to spread all the insecticide around and go. So thank you. I'll leave it for my colleagues.
Yeah, thank you. The innovator on how do you call it now? They call it a name. Wind Peer Rural Energy Gap. So as the Vice Chancellor has mentioned, I just also want to tell you and your team that you also need to be able to answer these following questions, which will help you to move forward. Number one is, what is a specific rural energy gap that you are trying to solve? Yes, we know that there's a challenge when it comes to energy at the rural setting. Is it lack of affordable electricity that your technology or innovation wants to solve? Or are you targeting energy needed for irrigation? Because I can see that the target, the focus point, the focus area is farming. Is it energy for irrigation? I also saw in that video you use a picture of a woman that harvested vegetables. Are you talking about energy needed for small agro processing equipment at that level? Like maybe grinders or cooling chamber that they may need to use to preserve or extend the shelf life of their produce? Or you are talking about lighting that they will need in their homes. So all this will help you to know the quantity of the energy that is required at that level. So since you said your innovation is still at the ideation stage, I will advise that you should try to identify maybe a local universities for technical collaboration, okay, in order to move this forward, or rural edification agencies in that community that can also buy into your idea, or possibly NGOs, okay, that are interested in energy. So with this, I'm sure you'll be able to move to the next stage. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, on that one, I think my first comment will be on the video itself. Since he was aware that this was going to be something that we will be watching, the music that is following it does not allow anybody to even understand. I'm sure there were a lot of things that we missed and that our comments may not be so useful. But I would say that you can think about it by asking the people where you want the project to work. What exactly are they missing, like Prof said? Because if you're able to put all those things together, then you can have a solution that fit them. And in that way, for example, if you were able to present that maybe in this my area, this is the problem we have when as far as energy is concerned, then that could have been a better way of pitching. So that would be my comment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. We'll quickly hear from Emmanuel, and then we'll have one more presentation online and go for a short snack break. And once we resume, we would then move on to the physical presenters. So if Emmanuel is connected and would want to comment briefly, just within a minute, based on the feedback we have received. Okay. Perhaps whilst we wait to hear from him, we would also want to check online if Minor John Rokorio from the University of Nairobi, Kenya is connected. He didn't send in a video. I think the idea was to connect online and present. Do we have Minor John Rokorio connected? He's not. Okay. Do we also have Dr. Levi Cherio Cheptora? He has a presentation on AI-driven health from Kenyatta University in Kenya. Is he connected as well? Okay. Then perhaps we go for a short health break. It's almost 12 now. We'll go for maybe just about 15 minutes for a health break. Let's leverage the break to also pass through the rooms where we have the physical exhibits displayed to look around, and then we'll convene and receive presentations on those physical exhibits. So maybe let's come back by 12:15, if that is okay, and we'll continue the session. So for our online participants, we'll be back at exactly 12:15 GMT to continue with the physical presentation. But as we move, let's go to the rooms and see what have been displayed. Similarly, on the ground floor, there are some exhibits there as well. I kindly request the ushers to lead the way so that we can follow them. Thank you so much.
The 1960s was not only a watershed, but also a vital historical landmark in Africa's struggle and search for modern identity. It was a period that most colonial territories achieved or were about to achieve political independence, and also the beginning of the so-called development decade, when African countries immediately found themselves drawn into the vortex of international conferences of varying motivation, rationality, and utility, ostensibly designed not only to analyze but also to prescribe solutions to their problems. Education naturally received high priority, not only as a means by which centuries of ignorance was to be wiped out, but also the means to train and develop the skills and high-level manpower to replace the erstwhile colonial official, as well as staff the new and expanded political, administrative, social, and economic institutions. In December 1960, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa organized a conference in Khartoum, Sudan, in which, among other things, inter-African cooperation in the development of higher education was discussed. The ministers of education in newly independent African countries again met under the auspices of the UN Economic Commission for Africa in Addis Ababa in May 1961. To discuss the importance of education to economic development. During the meeting, a committee of 6 African states was asked to prepare a synthesis of educational goals, targets, and qualitative attainment during the next 25 years, decided by the African states. This became known as the 20-year Addis Ababa Plan. This meeting was followed in September 1962 by a meeting of a more specialized conference on the development of higher education in Africa, organized by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, in Tananarive, Madagascar. heads of African institutions of higher studies taking part decided to follow this by a private meeting outside the main framework of the conference, which they did, and decided to meet at Khartoum in Sudan to consider the practical means of developing inter-university cooperation in Africa and the measures necessary for setting up an organization which would give effect to the cooperation. The first meeting of heads of African universities, held at the University of Khartoum on 16 to 19 September 1963, decided that the creation of an Association of African Universities was desirable. An interim committee was appointed and charged with 1. Drafting of a constitution for the proposed association, and 2. Convening a conference to bring the association into being under the constitution. The preparations involved 3 meetings of the interim committee. 1 meeting at Haile Selassie I University in Ethiopia on 23 to 25 July 1964, and 2 meetings at the University of Khartoum on 3rd to 4th April 1965 and on 22nd to 23rd February 1967, in addition to the informal discussion, which included frequent meetings between the chairman of the interim committee, Dr. Mohamed El Fassi, the executive vice chairman, Dr. E.N. Dafala, and other members of the committee, namely Dr. Daviston Nicole, Vice Chairman, Dr. R.F. Bafor, Sir Bernard Dibanson, Dr. C. Frank, Dr. S.A. Hussain, Dr. Kasawood Mariam, Dr. M. Mercy Ahmed, Dr. E. Njoku, and Dr. R. Weeks. Great help was rendered by Mr. D. Aiken, Executive Secretary of the International Association of Universities. Unforeseen circumstances twice delayed the holding of the founding conference, which was first arranged on invitation by the Nigerian universities at Ahmadu Bello University in Nigeria from 20 to 22 January 1966. Disruption of communications with Nigeria prevented almost all participants from reaching Zaria, and the conference was postponed. This setback was followed by a series of informal consultations and enquiries which paved the way for finally accepting an invitation by the universities of the United Arab Republic, now Egypt, to hold the conference in Alexandria, in Egypt, on 12 to 14 September 1967. But due to the aftermath of the Arab-Israeli War, the timing proved not suitable. Finally, the committee accepted an invitation by His Excellency Dr. M. El Fazi to hold a conference at Mohammed V University at Rabat, Morocco on 9 to 13 November 1967, and by the excellent facilities extended by His Excellency King Hassan II of Morocco. The founding conference was held in Rabat, and the Association of African Universities was formally inaugurated on November 12, 1967. It was attended by representatives of 34 universities out of 46 institutions of higher learning in Africa that qualified for the membership. A year after its formation, the AAU became an affiliated member of UNESCO and an associate member of the International Association of Universities. In 1969, the AAU applied for Category A observer status at meetings of the OAU, which was granted. And in 1994, to coincide with the inaugural anniversary of the AAU, the then Organization of African Unity, now African Union, declared 12 November of every year as African Universities Day in pursuant to Resolution CM/Res.1534 passed by the OAU Council of Ministers in June of that year. The African University Day has been observed and celebrated by AAU member institutions since then. The decision of the permanent location of the association's headquarters from its temporary office in Sudan was taken to the 6th meeting of the executive board at the University of Lagos, Nigeria, in June 1970. The offer from Ghana was chosen upon presentation by the then Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ghana, Professor A. Kwapon, of a formal letter from the government of Ghana indicating the facilities and immunities that would be accorded the association. In terms of numbers, the AAU has grown in membership to a current 450 plus universities. During the association's 8th General Conference in Accra in January 1993, the bylaws were changed to allow associate membership. The International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology in Kenya became the first associate member. At the 12th General Conference in Abuja in May 2009, the Nomenclature Executive Board was changed to Governing Board, and the Executive Committee, comprising the President and the 3 Vice Presidents, was established, with the Secretary General serving as a secretary to both the Executive Committee and the Governing Board. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this has been a brief history of the apex higher education body on the continent. This is AAU, the voice of higher education in Africa.
Hey, so this is Dishant from Unica University Common Application. I recommend you to watch AAU television.
AAU TV is the place to be for every person in higher education in Africa. Better be there or be nowhere.
Continuez de regarder la télé et surtout sur le AAU.
Keep watching it and it will change the way you interact with higher education on the continent. AAU, great job.
I want to tell you that AAU television is fantastic, it's educative, it's informative, and it is a must for anybody who is interested in higher education in Africa.
When I was in Accra last year, I did an interview on this TV. It's a very important mouthpiece.
It's a data, it's a bank of all we need for the development of higher education in Africa.
People should make an effort to view it because it discusses very current issues of development across the continent.
I believe that the station will continue to promote the overall development of Africa, particularly in the tertiary education sector.
AAU TV provides a platform and shares a lot of information to a broader audience. So we wish you all the best and please continue serving
AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa.
Explore a whole new world of exciting visuals with AAU TV. Get ready for a mix of interesting talk shows, interviews, discovery documentaries, and news on AAU TV. It's not just about watching TV, it's about experiencing something special. AAU TV reaches over 25 countries in Africa, bringing you a blend of knowledge and fun. Learn about different cultures as you enjoy the shows. If you have events or want to showcase your business, we've got you covered. Watch AAU TV free-to-air channel on satellite. Connect with us on Facebook, Instagram, and X, formerly known as Twitter, at AAU TV. Reach out on call or WhatsApp us at +233 26 629 6601 or +233 20 399 5210. AAU TV, the voice of higher education in Africa.
Are you a university, college, high school, private organization, NGO, individual professor, instructor or facilitator seeking to take advantage of the numerous benefits of online education? Look no further. The AAU eLearn Africa LMS is a great opportunity to begin your journey to online course development and creation for teaching, learning and training purposes. AAU eLearn Africa LMS, which is a partnership between the Association of African Universities and eLearn Africa, has made available ease to use online learning tools to all stakeholders within the educational ecosystem of the African continent. This is to enhance teaching and learning in the bid to expand online learning opportunities for students in Africa. The online platform is open and available for free to all stakeholders and facilitates virtual access to classes without needing the other tools such as Zoom, Microsoft Teams, among others. For more information, visit www.elearnafricalms.com or contact us via aauLMS@aau.org or estherm@elearnafrica.com. Follow us on LinkedIn, Twitter, and Facebook at AAU eLearn Africa LMS.
The 1960s was not only a watershed, but also a vital historical landmark in Africa's struggle and search for modern identity. It was a period that most colonial territories achieved or were about to achieve political independence, and also the beginning of the so-called development decade, when African countries immediately found themselves drawn into the vortex of international conferences of varying motivation, rationality, and utility, ostensibly designed not only to analyze but also to prescribe solutions to their problems. Education naturally received high priority, not only as a means by which centuries of ignorance was to be wiped out, but also the means to train and develop the skills and high-level manpower to replace the erstwhile colonial official, as well as start the new and expanded political, administrative, social, and economic institutions. In December 1960, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa organized a conference in Khartoum, Sudan, in which, among other things, inter-African cooperation in the development of higher education was discussed. The ministers of education in newly independent African countries again met under the auspices of the UN Economic Commission for Africa in Addis Ababa in May 1961 to discuss the importance of education to economic development. During the meeting, a committee of 6 African states was asked to prepare a synthesis of educational goals, targets, and qualitative attainment during the next 25 years, decided by the African states. This became known as the 20-year Addis Ababa Plan. This meeting was followed in September 1962 by a meeting of a more specialized conference on the development of higher education in Africa, organized by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, in Tananarive, Madagascar. Heads of African institutions of higher studies taking part decided to follow this by a private meeting outside the main framework of the conference, which they did, and decided to meet at Khartoum in Sudan to consider the practical means of developing inter-university cooperation in Africa and the measures necessary for setting up an organization which would give effect to the cooperation. The first meeting of heads of African universities, held at the University of Khartoum on 16 to 19 September 1963, decided that the creation of an Association of African Universities was desirable. An interim committee was appointed and charged with 1. Drafting of a constitution for the proposed association, and 2. Convening a conference to bring the association into being under the constitution. The preparations involved 3 meetings of the interim committee. 1 meeting at Haile Selassie I University in Ethiopia on 23 to 25 July 1964, and 2 meetings at the University of Khartoum on 3rd to 4th April 1965 and on 22nd to 23rd February 1967, in addition to the informal discussion, which included frequent meetings between the chairman of the interim committee, Dr. Mohamed El Fassi, the executive vice chairman, Dr. E.N. Dafala, and other members of the committee, namely Dr. Daviston Nicole, Vice Chairman, Dr. R.F. Bafor, Sir Bernard Dibanson, Dr. C. Frank, Dr. S.A. Hussain, Dr. Kasawood Mariam, Dr. M. Mercy Ahmed, Dr. E. Njoku, and Dr. R. Weeks. Great help was rendered by Mr. D. Aiken, Executive Secretary of the International Association of Universities. Unforeseen circumstances twice delayed the holding of the founding conference, which was first arranged on invitation by the Nigerian universities at Ahmadu Bello University in Nigeria from 20 to 22 January 1966. Disruption of communications with Nigeria prevented almost all participants from reaching Zaria, and the conference was postponed. This setback was followed by a series of informal consultations and enquiries which paved the way for finally accepting an invitation by the universities of the United Arab Republic, now Egypt, to hold the conference in Alexandria, in Egypt, on 12 to 14 September 1967. But due to the aftermath of the Arab-Israeli War, the timing proved not suitable. Finally, the committee accepted an invitation by His Excellency Dr. M. El Fazi to hold a conference at Mohammed V University at Rabat, Morocco on 9 to 13 November 1967, and by the excellent facilities extended by His Excellency King Hassan II of Morocco. The founding conference was held in Rabat, and the Association of African Universities was formally inaugurated on November 12, 1967. It was attended by representatives of 34 universities out of 46 institutions of higher learning in Africa that qualified for the membership. A year after its formation, the AAU became an affiliated member of UNESCO and an associate member of the International Association of Universities. In 1969, the AAU applied for Category A observer status at meetings of the OAU, which was granted. And in 1994, to coincide with the inaugural anniversary of the AAU, the then Organization of African Unity, now African Union, declared 12 November of every year as African Universities Day in pursuant to Resolution CM/Res.1534 passed by the OAU Council of Ministers in June of that year. The African University Day has been observed and celebrated by AAU member institutions since then. The decision of the permanent location of the association's headquarters from its temporary office in Sudan was taken to the 6th meeting of the Executive Board at the University of Lagos, Nigeria, in June 1970. The offer from Ghana was chosen upon presentation by the then Vice-Chancellor of the University of Ghana, Professor A. Kwapon, of a formal letter from the government of Ghana indicating the facilities and immunities that would be accorded the association. In terms of numbers, the AAU has grown in membership to a current 450 plus universities. During the association's 8th General Conference in Accra in January 1993, the bylaws were changed to allow associate membership. The International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology in Kenya became the first associate member. At the 12th General Conference in Abuja in May 2009, the Nomenclature Executive Board was changed to Governing Board, and the Executive Committee, comprising the President and the 3 Vice Presidents, was established, with the Secretary General serving as a secretary to both the Executive Committee and the Governing Board.
We'll have them display some of their productions, and then we'll get to know how we feel about it in terms of how it's addressing 21st century issues as innovators from the communication and business space. So please, to all the innovators in the house who have done their exhibition setup in their rooms, please make your way back in the room, come with an artifact or a prototype so it makes what you're pitching easier and to communicate, because we all see it physically, but we want to hear you explain it better. So let's start with the very first one. Tech team, there's a video that we've queued for AUCB. It's a documentary they've done. You know, AUCB is a university for communication and business. So they are transcending communication into business. So how do we shoot videos, tell stories, and make some money? So I have the crew here, the team. There are 2 of them. Kindly, please make your way up here with a loud round of applause, please. African University for Communication and Business, AUCB. It's not easy to produce a video, please. You know that my colleagues in the film business, they are clapping because they know how it is. Write a story, a script, and shoot. Yeah. So, guys, you're welcome. So tell us your story, and then briefly we see your work.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, panel of judges. My name is Goza Precious, and I have here with me David Asante. on behalf of the African University of Communication and Business. We are here to pitch on a fashion documentary and also so please, can I have the video first so that yeah.
Streetwear happens to be that main part of pop culture. Streetwear is supposed to identify a conglomerate or a group of people pursuing a particular purpose. Because it's about free spirit, it's about free vibe, it's about free life. Because of the stereotyping, there have been a dopamine reasoning for most people to now think of people as subjects, that this is subject for chaos. These people, there is no way anything good is coming from them. So at the end of the day, we will look like that and do the greatest of all. So now they can say, oh, even though we used to stereotype these people, these are the greats now making things work for us, and this is how they look now. So now the street people will look differently, and now they'll be looking at people who dress like this as the main people who are making things work. It's not too big in Ghana, but it's getting bigger with time. So Fear No Man Clothing as a brand comes in play here because we actually give people the mandate to be fearless and go for their dreams. Now, if you talk of fearless, and it's a Fear No Man, it's about God only. It's not to just be fearless, but be fearless with a positive intent. So then, if you want to be in carpentry and you know about a brand like maybe Fear No Man, that is a wake-up call for you to know that you can be the best of carpenters out of the lot to be the greater than that. So then, for Fear No Man as a brand, supporting and aiding that pop culture section of streetwear is for you to know that you are limitless. You don't look at the next man to be the best man. You are the greatest of all because you believe in yourself. I'm somebody who works based on intuition. It's just about how I feel. So like for the way my designs come up and the way I explain formally, you'll get to know that every piece that we put out has a deeper in-depth meaning and just not a regular design. So then if I'm feeling very sad, what solves that problem? And if it's a problem which deals with self-esteem, which deals with you not being courageous and all that, I design based on that specification. That if you have that merch on, you know that this is my go-to war battle dress. This is my wake-up call. This is what puts me on. This is what makes me feel greater than thou to achieve what is not achievable when it comes to just me. What you should know is people are different. People come from all walks of life and they are diversified. So at the end of the day, you need to now take your time and...
It's good for AUCB. That's a very explorative video about a lifestyle they want to project, and the team is up here. Tell us your name, the course you study, and what inspired this production.
Okay, so my name is Goza Precious. I'm a communication student, level 300, and I'm majoring into journalism.
All right, and you are?
I'm also David Asante, and I'm also a communication student and specializing in journalism.
Okay. Today, your innovation is like a new lifestyle that you feel should be invoked and accepted by all. Yes. What was the inspiration for a video like this?
The inspiration was to explore Ghanaian streetwear fashion and to see how we can tap into the untapped potential of streetwear fashion. We noticed that there's a certain stigma attached to the way people dress on the streets, but it's something that we can depict and put on a global stage and combine it with our business-oriented goals to achieve and to also inspire and innovate the youth to be more innovative and creative. See, if you listened to the video, the people we interviewed in the video were speaking on how fashion makes them express their thoughts freely. So the whole point of this is to capture the social and the cultural impact of Ghanaian streetwear fashion and how we can exploit the marketability aspect of it. Yeah, that was the point.
Okay, you want to say something about that too?
Okay, I want to say that people have this perception
You
that
put the mic to your mouth, but yeah, sure.
people have this perception that if you dress a certain way, you'll be seen as unserious or something. But these are some of the people that push our music, our entertainment, our act. Just take a look at our music industry like this. Their fashion is very nice, but it doesn't mean they don't have, they're not mannered or something. So we are just trying to tell the public that you dressing this way doesn't mean you're not important or you are not mannered.
An applause to them, please. This is a creative piece, and before they will give one quick one, I would want to invite Mr. Rifat Yakub, who is the Executive Director for National Academy of Students Achievement Awards, Ghana. NASAC, are you here? Please join us over here. Put your hands together for Rifat Yakub. So, AUCB, there is this controversial point of view to the video. From fashion styles which are a bit obscene, in a extent. We know that what we saw in there quite a bit were provocative in terms of the outlook and everything. But you are pushing a message, and I think that we should get that message clearly. In just a few words, what do you want the public or higher education institutions in Africa to accept seeing your documentary on fashion on campus? A word on that.
Okay, so I want everyone to know that fashion is not anything bad. Dressing is something that, we used to say, how you dress depicts how we see you or how we are going to address you. So your way of dressing has nothing to do with you not being married or something. So I think fashion is something that is good. We have to accept it. Yeah.
All right, nice people. Word of applause to AUCB. The title of the video was Free Wear. Free Wear. Now, I'm going to pass the microphone to our advisory team for them to share their views on what they saw in terms of content, purpose, marketability, visibility, and more. With you, Nana.
All right. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm going to say this. Fashion is also culture. That's one thing that you have to look at it. How does that connect with our culture? So you should probably think about how you can connect that through wear to our culture so that it becomes something a bit sustainable. Because somebody's culture is not easy to push the culture to others. So that is one thing. And if you look at the video very well, the message wasn't clear. So after watching, I don't get what really you want. All that I saw was that some people, you could have come out with free wear. You could have come out with somebody special. For example, I do shorts and t-shirt every Saturday to go and teach. That's my culture. Because I feel that on Saturday is my holiday and I don't need to dress formal. So that's what I do. So look at it from that angle, that it connects with our culture. And probably that can be something that you can push across from. Thank you.
Okay, AUCB, right? So to add up to what Nana mentioned, you have a message, but I have 2 or 3 critiques and draw your attention to it. What you documented is not a new thing, okay? And for you to understand that it's not a new thing, first of all, in whatever you want to bring out, I say, if you want to bring something new, understand the existing new ones, because the changes you are bringing will make you different from what is existed. And so your message, growing up in the 2000s, this fashion was there, the hip hop time, and then the hip life time. It was there. They were wearing big trousers, big tops here and there. And it was not also limited to just the showbiz, because what you are showing us is more or less like the showbiz. And to also add up, fashion, as Nana mentioned, is a culture. If you don't want to relate it to a culture, simply put, it's an outward expression of personality and confidence in what you wear. Because there are some people, when they are in suit, kaftan, it shatters their confidence. But when they wear free things like this, it builds their confidence. So that definition also applies to fashion. So you must understand where your idea started from, why perhaps it missed its way along the way, and now you want to introduce it. And introducing it, try and bring in ideas that will attract other people that used not to understand that culture, yet you want to pull them in to understand. Suit as a corporate outfit didn't just come now as we see body fitting. It was big. And as fashion evolved within the corporate outfit, they now streamline it to you wearing, a fitted kind of suit, not too big. So there are some people as our modern age, they still wear big suit here and there. It means they prefer that kind of fashion style. So you can pull them in through your idea. Okay, so for me, it's not a new thing. It's there. and you are now reintroducing it. So do it well and then speak to your target people well. Thank you.
Okay. The fashion innovators. Yeah, I didn't watch everything, but I have something to just chip in for you. And that is, your business. You can't survive without your customers, isn't it?
Yes.
And your customers decide, or let me say, they determine your business. You need to see it like that without them, there's no you. And if you understand that, the next thing is that you need to understand your target audience deeply. You cannot sew for everybody. You must have a target. Who are your audience? Okay? So as an innovator, you need to ask yourself, who am I designing for? For me, how do you people call it now? I'm old-fashioned person. Okay? I remembered just last week, I got a jacket and a trouser from a designer. Normally, I don't patronize designers. I buy ready-made. Okay? But I got one as a gift from my wife. And when I put it on, I was not happy. Why? Number one, she has spent a lot of money on it, and it was not my taste. Okay, so you need to know who are the people you are designing for. Are they youth? Do you want to target youth in the market? Do you want to target women? Do you want to target corporate workers? Do you want to target sports lovers? So all this will help you to know how you are going to shape or design whatsoever you are bringing up. Okay, so that is very important for any innovator or innovators that want to go into that area. You need to know that. And another question that should come to your mind is, what problem am I solving for them? Prof have said that weekends, he love to be simple. Okay, so in doing that, you are not going to sew the type of what do you call it now? You said a short that will be too tight for him because you want to look simple. Do you get it? So these are the things that you need to have at the back of your mind. He said what you are doing is not new. And do always forget that you also have people, competitors like you also in that space. Okay, so but what will make you to stand out is when you're able to answer all these questions. Okay, you should also be able to answer within you part of the question, how do they dress? Okay, people that I want to satisfy, people that I want to encourage them coming to me to patronize me, how do they dress? How do they spend? It's possible for me to buy this jacket for 100 cedis. And at the same time, this same jacket can be sold to somebody else for 500 cedis. There's no difference. The same jacket, depending on who. Do you get it? Some people will see it, if you call it for them 100 cedis, they will say, come on, I can't buy something 100. But if you say 500 cedis, they will buy it. So you need to know who are your targets, okay? But lastly, I will say in fashion, the customer shapes your innovation. Do you get it? Thank you very much.
Okay, so we can do it again for them, please. I wonder if your the lifestyle you're pushing will make way in UPSA, because UPSA is against this. But you've done very well. Please, an applause for them, please. Yeah. Well done, guys. Well done. Well done. So I believe that the comments that were given by the advisory team was well taken note of, and you will do your very best to ensure that they are operationalized. The next person or next institution to help us with their innovation is coming all the way from Tamale. Tamale Technical University, Dr. Simon Etia Asakipam. Dr. Simon Etia Asakipam, are you here? TTU. TTU is still getting ready. Okay, then let me wait. Innovtech. So do I have Paul Yabua Nyakon from Innovtech STEM Center? Are you here? All right, please put your hands together for Innovtech Center. So if you are an innovator here and you have a video to show, please give it to the tech team now before you are invited here. If you have any item, artifact to also show, please pass it through the backstage right here and we'll put it up here for you. So when you get up here, everything is ready. So if you have videos, pictures, please share with the tech team now. Yeah. Do that now before you come up here. Innovtech, are you ready? Okay, so we'll get back to Innovtech. We have to move on to University of Ghana. So University of Ghana has a plethora of exhibitors here, but I want to start with Awonyo Sedem from University of Ghana. If you're ready, Thomas Kanga, if you're ready, please come up. I know you only have a pull-up banner, or you have a video as well. Then you have to start with them, please. So if you have videos, please start with the tech team at the back. Academic City, are you ready? Okay, so please let the items come through right away. Please be on standby with your innovations and your artifacts. If you want to bring them in, please pass it to the backstage. So we wouldn't have time to do that. But please do that. Bring them closer. Tell them, okay, you will do it now. Do you have anything you want to show? All right, so please put your hands together for Awonyo Sedem from University of Ghana as he shares with us his innovation.
Awonyo Sedem. I didn't know I was going to talk, but let's just say something. So maybe you went to the exhibition room, you saw some artworks being displayed. I remember speaking to this man from the University of Ghana. If you know us very well, you know that we don't do visual arts programs. But growing up, I found myself as an artist and I wanted to make money. So I did business, read business from SHS and then read accounting in University of Ghana and sociology. But I found that I was losing myself. So what do I do? The space wasn't helping. Would I continue to end up in the bank and not be the artist I wanted to be? Someone told me I'll regret it maybe too late. So why not now? But some rights people spoke to them and then they said, yeah, if you can tell us that there are students from the University of Ghana who are reading other programs and are artists, then we can do something for you guys. I already had friends who were artists, some reading maths, my classmates reading accounting, and then I brought them together. So they did a program called Artifier for us. And then when you go there, the works you see there are not works of, say, professional artists. They are works of accountants. They are works of Chinese students. They are work of resource management students who are artists. What am I trying to say? We don't really have an environment that encouraged artists. We find ourselves doing programs we don't really like. Maybe we do it for our parents. If it's time for us to make our own decisions, we may do something else, maybe music, maybe fashion, maybe something else, art. So we did the Artifier program. right from University of Ghana, the innovation unit, the research innovation directorate, they really supported us, made us know that you guys are not alone. If you want to learn, do accounting, and still do what, we are here for you. So they gave us money, they housed us, they bought every material we needed to produce the art. They did the exhibition for us, gave us a lot of exposure with Nobuke Foundation, KGL, and then helped us sell our works. So those works there are also on sale. When you pass by, buy a work of an accountant and encourage him that yes, he can be an artist as well. Thank you. I think I'm done. I'm done. But we also have startups, as we tell artists to do their business as arts. The Research Innovation Directorate also helps university students who start their own businesses. I was a beneficiary of that as well. Level 200, I joined a program where we were mentored to start our businesses. And that has helped me not to live my life as a student who wants to finish school and get employed, but finish school and start my own business. So that platform has really helped, and you can see a lot of business coming out from that. Thank you very much.
Very much, Avonyo. Sedum, and let's have some feedback from our advisors.
Yes. Sedum, I was expecting to hear at least something about how we can reach you. Basically, there was one innovation that we did not speak about it. And the guys were trying to connect tutors to students and STEM and something of that nature. We didn't speak about it. That is a way you can help to promote what you are doing. Because there may be children that are also home that want to continue to learn some of these things. Where I study, music and these type of things are so cherished. So if you can go through it using the digital platform, I'm sure what you didn't get when you were a child, you can get others to get. And that can also be a way of making money out of it. So use digitalization and it will help. That's what I'll say. Thank you.
For me, I didn't understand much from you about your startup. Are you doing it for commercialization or you doing it for fun? Because in your 5 or 10 minutes message, you didn't speak to that aspect at all. So let me understand that.
So yeah, it's kind of confusing there. As artists, we are built to establish ourselves as artists. So I make money as an artist. I do commissions. I sell paintings as an artist. So the Artify project is a project that we trained 8 artists. So those are 8 businesses on their own, 8 individual artists who are supposed to establish themselves as professional artists and then do their business as arts.
Okay, so if I understood you, you do not produce the artifact and sell them. Instead, you train others to produce them, or you do both?
I do both. So I was a beneficiary of the Artify project as well. I was trained, and I was also part of the program that trained. Yeah.
Okay, so good. Now, is there any challenge that you are facing in the market? Is there any challenge you are facing in the market?
As young artists, as upcoming artists, the challenge...
No, don't limit it to your level, young or big. No, challenge doesn't know level.
Okay,
yes.
So challenge is the reception we get for arts when we price our artworks. The market is very restrictive.
So that is why I wanted us to reach. You see, in our part of the world, there are certain professions that over the years, thanks to modernity and the internet and social media, the narrative is changing. But before that, some of these professions were relegated to quote, unquote, people with low classroom intelligence. I'm using classroom because we've made to believe that intelligence is only when you can read past the paper, but it goes beyond that. Okay, if I can read, write, and get A1, I cannot sit and design what you did. And so my intelligence ends at where I cannot do what you are doing. And so you have to find a way to speak to the modern generation of our part of the world, how we can appreciate art. Because like Prof mentioned, where he studies, art and music or creative arts pays off. Now the narrative is changing if you come down to our part of the world, like I mentioned, social media, internet here and there, and then the influx of the diasporas. But they understand it better. So when they come down here, they want to see where they can get some of these things, patronize it, or even pick some of these guys, take them up and establish them there. So that is what you have to understand, and then link it to the growing generation, because every generational business is built to attract the younger ones. When they grow and the relevance of that business still exists, you have a generational business because they will transcend it to their younger ones. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for your feedback.
Let me just get you.
Thank you. Let me also follow up from where the last speaker stops. So what I put here is that there's need to encourage experimentation and innovation. Experimentation and innovation. If you have open mind to do that, it's going to make you to overcome that major challenges. Okay, and how do you do that? He has been able to tell you what to do, but I want to bring them out as a point. Point number one is that innovation in fine art comes from curiosity. Curiosity. Okay, you need to be curious. And what are the things that you need to do to explore? You need to explore new materials. New materials, not the way fine art or art has been before now. Okay, you need to try new techniques. New techniques. You need to blend traditional with digital skills or digital art. Okay, so these are the things that can make people to appreciate your products, to be ready to patronize you than how they have been doing before. And you need to combine art with technology. Yeah, you need to combine the two. I saw your picture. See, it's beautiful, but if you bring it, digital illustrations and things like that, it make it more beautiful. And you need to infuse cultural elements in modern ways. And I will also tell you this: great artists are explorers. Great artists are explorers. So don't fear mistakes. They are part of the masterpiece. Okay? Don't fear mistake. You know, the funniest thing is that if I was asked this question maybe 40 or 45 years ago, I will tell you I'm going to be an artist because I love it. Anywhere I go to, I draw. I can see you like this, draw you. I will see things and draw them. Okay? But I'm now a full scientist. So, God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. But let me just take one comment from participant here.
Yeah, thank you very much. And in fact, this is good because where people are not paying attention, that's where you are trying to be innovative. So I will encourage you. One thing I would say is that have a business model, especially if you want to seek funding. They will ask you of your business model. You cannot combine so many things. So are you training? Are you producing to sell? I think Our advisors mentioned it. So have a particular business model so that you can defend it. So that's the advice I'll give you.
Thank you very much for your feedback. I think we have our team here, so we'll go back and then build on your feedbacks. Then I want to introduce Phoebe. He's also an artist, and you can see some of his works there. So Phoebe, yeah.
All right, thank you very much, UG, for this wonderful one. The next one that we'll hear or we'll see is from the Academic City University and to be led by Dr. Daniel Yiporo. Put your hands together for Academic City.
Thank you very much. As you've heard my name, I am the head of Mechanical, Industrial and System Engineering, and also double as the Director for Bio-Innovation Center at Academic City University. And the center was actually being co-created with Northeastern University. And the issue that led to that was, if you look at our health system, we had over 700 health facilities with just 200 biomedical engineers. And most often the work is done by either electrical, mechanical, or other engineering fields. And then when we look at some of the problems, they are basically rehabilitation issues. Some are also repair issues. And with that, we kind of reach out to some of the institutions that are into biomedical programs, as well as practitioners. And if you go to Kolebu Hospital, we have Dr. Jablate. He's one of the physicians that is actually working with us. And so with the team that are together, we look at projects, and in there we have one of them known as the neonatal incubator. And we do know the situation when kids are born between the days of 5 to 28 days, the conditions that can come up. And especially if those conditions require more support, do we have incubators to take care of the kids? And so that was what warranted that kind of a project. And then some years ago, there was a situation at Wichita in the Upper West region where it was on the news that a doctor used torchlight to complete a surgery because lights actually suddenly went off. And so that was a problem we identified, and we came up with a mini surgical lamp that can actually support one to continue to conduct your surgical procedures or dress your wounds or whatever it may be. And so I will talk briefly on that. And with this, it basically connected by LEDs, and electrical engineering students actually came in to help us put this together so that one can be able to power, you can turn it on, power your LED lights to support the procedure. And we are looking forward to be able to have a support backup battery to actually enable this to continue to, to operate. Whilst at the rural areas, we're looking at having solar as an alternative energy source to, still store power into the batteries so that this kind of device can continue to support our system. As part of the courses that I teach, one of them is rehabilitation engineering. And so with rehabilitation, you want to improve on the patient outcome, improve on the quality of life, whether the person is disabled or whether it's just a temporal impairment or not. And so what we have here is what we call the rehabilitation combo chair. And so this basically is fabricated with hydraulics, and this is basically what the barbering chairs use. So we have to import this one. That's the only thing we imported, but everything here is fabricated at our workshop so that if the patient is not able to lift themselves, you can actually be able to put them in there, lock it all up, and with the hydraulics, you can raise them. They can use the washroom, toilet, get back to the bed, and then with that, they'll go through less pain. Especially if you have ever gone through surgery, you understand what I mean. Within those 2 weeks, you don't just want to be disturbed in certain movement or distraction that can actually cause pain to your muscle. And so these are the projects that we brought here to demonstrate. That's the rehabilitation wheelchair, the surgical lamp, and the incubator for neonates, which is on the other side. And so for the center most often it's not only for academic institutions. We have the business and entrepreneurs who are also coming in to help us take this to the next level, especially commercialization. And through that cooperation, we had an expo that was done last month, and we do have professors all over coming to showcase and teach us how to be able to do that. And I remember Professor Laura Han from Northeastern University Business School was here to take us through the process. And so some other institutions are doing different things. And we do have monthly consortium putting our heads together so that when we are united, we know what others are doing, leverage on the resources that we have, then we can exploit. You can actually have a basic MOU. You walk into our campus, get to use the labs free of charge. I can go to All Nation University, get to use their resources, and so on and so forth. So through that, we've been able to have about 5 institutions currently working together. One of them is African University of Science and Technology in Abuja, and I happen to be an alum of that institution. And so we are also reaching out to many people who are ready to join us so that together we can at least provide some solutions to the health space in Ghana and beyond. Thank you very much.
Let's do it again for them, please. Academic City. You've impressed the house, though. Now to our advisors.
Okay. Please give me the name of your group again, because I always want to address people by
Academic City University Biomedical Center.
Okay, so
Yeah.
ACT Bio
Biomed.
Center.
Yes.
So let me take on with the chair first.
Yes.
Is at the moment your intention for only patients that have undergone surgery, or
Not so. It can be a temporal impairment, it can be disability, permanent situation.
okay? So I was inside there and I saw when you are sitting. It's unfortunate you didn't demonstrate that for
Okay,
those
the
who
people.
couldn't appreciate it there.
Okay.
There is more like a hole in the
Yes.
chair.
Yes.
Like the washroom, WC. Is that for the use of such purpose?
Yes, so we do have, there's some accessories that we didn't come with, but it's actually a bowl that can support. In case that patient can't even just leave the chair, they can still, free themselves, and you, the caregiver, can actually take that away.
Yes,
So that is the,
I employ that because I am thinking it will not only be used at one place. Once the person is unable to move on the
To
feet,
move.
it means this will be their mobile feet. Hence, if they have to use the washroom
Yes.
and they cannot access the way, they have to be able to use it here. Now, the next concern is if they will use it here, what have you intend to put in place such that if you visit the restroom, if somebody eating here just for your meal, the smell.
Yeah.
All right. So if, for instance, such person is in this hall and they have to use like the restroom, what are you doing to ensure that the smell doesn't disturb people?
All right.
That is their comfort anyway.
Yes, please. Sorry, I don't have an answer to that, but I believe it's something to work on. And mostly we were just focused on thinking about how can we take the person to the washroom, and when they get there, can we lower it to the level of the WC so they can use it, after which we lift them up. But with that other support, it's something for us to take back to look at, especially,
Ghana.
yes.
So for public facilities, don't have this disability facilities there. So
Sure.
we have to work it on and meet
That's true.
halfway.
Yeah, but I believe we can do something with activated carbon, if I'm not mistaken,
Yeah, you
to
can.
help
Don't believe
regulate.
you can.
Yes, we can. Thank you very much for that.
I think I will show you this picture. Just this week, I went to buy something like this for my dad.
Wow.
It's a wheelchair, nicely built, 4-in-1. So what I want to assure you is that there is a market.
Okay.
But what you have to do is to come out with a nice finished product. One issue we don't have, one problem we have in Ghana is that the finishing of our product, there is always an issue. Because I went to Takoradi, bought one for my dad because now he cannot walk. And he's on the wheelchair, but sometimes, you can see my structure. My father is really heavy.
Sure.
So that requires a lot of people to help him. So I had to buy something like this for him. And I was told that sometimes he feels so tired and has to pull. So sometimes getting people for him to go and pull is also
It's a challenge.
So I think there are a lot of market for you if you can do it well.
Sure.
Now, I've been asking myself about some of these things. In my school, when you go to the WC, you see even where they put the tea roll, they say when they put it there, people break it. These are small things that we can focus on. So I'm happy for this, but add finishing to it.
Sure.
I'm sure there is a market for you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Academic City University, for your innovation. And I believe that you've taken the notes pretty well, and we'll see the advancements. When we began this session, we said that all the innovations should be able to solve one thing: 21st century problems. So if you don't see a solution channeled to a 21st century issue, there's more work to be done. And Dr. Asini has said it, that we see more room for improvement because it could gain its route to market here in Ghana if it can be advanced and enhanced. Thank you very much, Academic City, for your innovation. The next one will be Tamale Technical Universities, according to the list. So they were supposed to come earlier, but they didn't have their prototypes ready on standby. But now they have it. So when ACU is out the face, we will now invite Dr. Simon Etia Asaki Palm from Tamale Technical University. He's a lecturer and the lead for the Innovation Center on the campus. So, Dr. Simon, are you here? The innovations are innovating. Yeah. All right, TTU, please come in. They've got something amazing for energy. It's a solar system that they've created that they want to share with you all. We believe that it is also the solution to a 21st century problem. Round of applause for TTU, please. Put your hands together for them. It's quite a heavy prototype, but they'll make it up here. Yeah. Okay. Wonderful. In Dutch, it's a wonderbar. All right, wonderful, guys. So, please, Doc, are you ready? Or there's another one? Okay. There's a whole lot they've done, So please, let's be patient for them as they bring in all of them, and they will tell us all about it. You ready? Let's do this.
Thank you very much, MC. Okay, so my name is Dr. Simon Atwa Asaki Palm. I'm the lecturer of Tamale Technical University. University is called TATU, not TTH. Okay, the short hand is TATU. And then this is Shaibu, my student, third year BTech student. So basically in the northern sector of Ghana, in the rainy season when farmers plant their produce and it's time for harvest, then they go to the farm. And the most important thing is that most of the farmers in the northern sector actually farm far away from their homes. So when it's time for harvest, they would like to harvest the produce, dry it closer to the farm. And when it is dry, then they will not send the produce home. So what they basically do is that they send these tarpaulins to the farm site. Then they will spread the tarpaulin close to where they are doing the harvest. And then they will dry the produce. But during the harvest time too, sometimes the rain is intermittent, especially August, September, thereabout. So you will be drying the crops, then before you realize, then a sudden rain is coming. So you have to go and roll the tarpaulin over the produce. Then hide somewhere small, Then it may not even rain heavily, then the rain stops. You go back and open the tarpaulin again so that the drying can continue. So we saw that as a challenge. So we told ourselves that why don't we replace the tarpaulin that is spread on the floor with a smart open air drying system, which plays exactly the same role as the tarpaulin, but this time around adding some innovations. So we have designed this structure, which we call it Smart Open Air Solar Powered Drying System, so that the farmers press the crops rather on a platform, an even platform that you see up here. And then the tarpaulin is controlled by automatic sensors and then controllers. So these sensors will detect when it's about to rain, then it rolls the tarpaulin over the crops. And then as soon as the sun comes out after the rain, then it rolls the tarpaulin off the crops again so the dry can continue. So sometimes animals come to eat the produce. For example, if you are drying rice, so you see that the animals are eating the rice. So we added a smart scarecrow, which also is equipped with sensors again. Then when they see animals pass by to a certain range, then the scarecrow makes an unusual noise to scare the animals or the birds away from the produce. So in this case, we realize that this system is supposed to be set up closer to the farm, not at house where there's electricity. So we added what we call a solar panel system. So the solar panel systems are actually fabricated by ourselves. So we made the laminators in our school laboratory. Then what we do is that we import the solar cells, then we laminate these cells in our lab. So we send them to the farm. Then the whole system is set up at the farm. Then it comes to the battery that stores the energy. Then when the sun is not there, this energy can be used to open the tarpaulin. So basically, this is a solution that we bring to help rural farmers, especially in the northern sector, who cannot afford what we call closed air drying systems. And sometimes which also bring about loss of nutrients because they dry the produce in a closed environment. And which sometimes we have to battle with closing their produce from rain or driving animals away, as well as doing other things on the farm. So thank you very much. And this is coming from Tamale Technical University. That's it.
Somebody say tattoo. Say tattoo. I heard my friend say technologia. Technologia. It's the scarecrow for me. All you need is speakers to make the whole place vibrant. But one more time, put your hands together for them, please. It's exciting, you know. We're excited by your innovations, and to say that on Wednesday this week we had a disability session at the UPSA auditorium, and some of the participants are watching online. They say they want to be linked to all of you because they want to advance your cause. So that's why we're here today, to give you the platform, share your innovations, and let's connect you to supporters and development partners across the world. So please, an applause to all the presenters so far. You've done so well, and we're all amazed. So to our advisors.
Yes, I think this is something that we need, not only at the northern part of Ghana, but even the cocoa growing area. I don't know whether it's yours, but I've seen something similar in a program like this. So this is something that we expect to see this very soon. Let it not only, I know for academicians, our job is just to publish. I know that's what you are thinking. Yeah, but let it come out.
Okay.
Look for collaborators and make it much bigger so that next time when we see it, we'll all be happy that we saw that you were doing this and we were part of it. Thank you.
Okay.
But good
Thank
job.
you very much. Thank you very much.
I think let's give it to them again. I mean, their innovation is very wonderful. You have a ready market.
Yes, yes.
You know you have a ready market.
Yes, yes.
Like Prof mentioned, cocoa
yes,
producing area, cashew producing area, coconut, maize. I saw the maize on the screen. Coffee. You have ready market. We all know we started producing cocoa in Ghana since the Basel's time, history time, over 100 or 150 years ago. Yet we don't have any industrial system that will dry cocoa for us. All the time, farmers have to invent their own, the traditional way. So you have it. In fact, it goes beyond just an individual. This is a state interest intervention. Imagine if government partner you do this on larger scale. Cocoa production, cashew production would increase.
Sure.
It will increase.
Yeah.
Okay, so for me, the only thing left is look out for other resources
Okay.
to finish it, expand it, and push it to protocol works. Don't wait. Protocol works.
Yes.
See anybody you know in government, honestly, for your innovation to be
All right,
seen.
all right.
Okay, all right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. An applause to them, please. Let me just buttress what Jakub said, that today climate change is real. You can't really determine and depict or predict rainfall patterns and also sunshine patterns. So we need something that is sustainable in terms of drying cocoa. So this shouldn't be just one of the innovations off the shelves. It should gain strict route to market because it is important for us. Thank you very much, Tatu, for your presentation as well. Let's please play for them, please. Play for them, play for them, play for them. All right, now I'm going to another institution here. The name is Innovtech. Innovtech, led by Paul Yeboah Nyako. Paul Yeboah Nyako, are you here for Innovtech? All right, so please, okay, sorry. Your colleague will do that for you. Sorry about that. Please put your hands together for Innovtech.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so our team is we transform education through accessible and inclusive edtech innovation. So we help students learn robotics anywhere without internet or hardware because we believe every child deserves the chance to innovate no matter where they are. So we have a short hook story of Ella and Fafa, where you get to meet two 10-year-old girls from Teshi. They once had no access to computers, but after joining our program, they became so good at coding and robotics that they now help their teachers teach computing in their school. Both have won multiple Best Student Awards, and Ella even taught her mom so well that her mother enrolled in our program too. Today, Hema is pursuing a master's degree in AI and data science. This is a rapid, accessible effect on both students. So why STEM education? Stories like Ella and Fafa are rare. Nearly 1 billion students globally are growing up without access to STEM education. Schools face high equipment costs, a shortage of trained and teachers, and limited internet access, especially across Africa, which STEM remains a privilege, not a right. Therefore, what is our solution? That is why we built two solutions called CodeVR. And CodeVR is an offline-first virtual robotics and coding platform that turns any smartphone into a virtual lab. And we have the second one called STEM for Schools, a turnkey solution that helps schools integrate STEM education with trained teachers and local curriculum. Today, they make learning practical, engaging, and accessible for everyone. Our competitive advantage. What sets Innovtech apart is simple. We work offline on any device with AI tutors and localized curriculum aligned to African needs. No other edtech company combines these features at price point. Our business model, is scalable. And sustainable. We serve schools and NGOs through annual subscriptions, governments through contract and licenses, and individuals through affordable certification and donor-funded scholarships. So far, in the past few years, we've reached over 18,000 students, trained 2,500 teachers, and partnered with over 200 schools across Ghana, generating $1 million in revenue, and we are just getting started. Our team is a blend of educators, engineers, and policymakers, led by myself and Dr. Gariba, Gifty Gershon, and others who share one mission to make STEM learning accessible for all. At Innotech, we are not just teaching robotics, we are building a generation of innovators who will shape Africa's future. Thank you. So I would like to show you how the Code VR is. Okay, so we have our Code VR software where you can learn. We have the tutorial section where you get to learn how the robot moves. We have our blocks here. So each block has a function. We have the events, the drivetrain, control, math, logic. So depending on how you want your robot to move in a mathematical way, you make sure that you calculate well, then your robot. So this is called a playground. Can you please direct it to the tutorials for them to see how the Code VR works? Okay, so sorry about that. It's currently down a bit, but if you want to get access to it, you just scan. We are just at the booth there. So you come there, you can scan and log in, and you have the tutorial section. So sorry for the interruption. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, High School for Innotech. It's unfortunate we couldn't see the demonstration, but we'll still have some feedback from our advice on it, on what they think about the platform.
Yeah, I think this is a very good platform, and I was going to ask you what makes you different, and I think you stated that it works offline, which is something that is very important. But my advice will be that with some of this technology, it may be that it will not open for you when you want to open. Back up with a video. You get it? Because we want to understand and be able to probably follow up or something. So that is what I would say. But good job.
Okay, mine is very simple. Doc, I've said it. If you scan, do you need internet access to have the video watched or the tutorial watched? Okay, so I asked because you mentioned you want to do it more for the reserved communities. And you know, they don't have smartphone, let alone have access to internet. And so if you go there and now you want to introduce this to them, how long do you think it would take you to get them enrolled on? Because one, they have to even know and learn how to use smartphone. internet accessibility before they can also scan and have to watch your video with the help of internet.
Thank you very much for your question. So we have a sample of robots at the back. Can you show it to me? So without the Code VR, we have a 3D printer for printing the robots ourselves. So when we are sponsored and we go there, we do print out some of the materials for them to use. So this is our robot. Currently, we don't have a power supply to regulate it. This is built by a 3D printer.
Okay.
So we go there and we give it to them to work like this.
Okay. You mentioned you don't have power. Is it electricity or solar power?
Battery.
Battery. Okay. Okay. That's good. And you just mentioned that when you get sponsored, so you are waiting to get sponsored before you can expand. Can I say this, that we are in Accra, Kumasi, Takoradi, we have some of these elite schools, those that pay well. And now STEM is one of the areas most of these private schools wants to thrive on to also get their market. Can you not partner with them so that your session becomes an extra curricular activities for their students? If they patronize and be paying you, that becomes a source of revenue for you to sponsor yourself as you continue to look out for sponsorship, because you cannot wait.
Yeah, so we do have some of the schools on board that our instructors do go there and they pay it themselves, as well as the government also sponsoring.
So first of all, find your source of or internal generated fund, how you can generate fund, then keep improving, and then you can attract sponsors as well. Thank you.
Right. So let's move quickly to our next presenter, innovator from the University of Ghana, is the person of Thomas Kanga. Please, let's clap for Thomas Kanga. Thomas, you've got 2 minutes.
Thank you so much. Health Tech for Africa is the startup, and we are utilizing emerging technologies in addressing African healthcare challenges. Please, I hope the QR code can be projected. Okay, so first of all, our first prototype has to do with building an AI medical imaging modality platform, whereby X-ray scans, CTs, and other medical imaging modalities can be uploaded. The radiological reporting can be generated by the AI. This is to enhance clinicians' workflow and reduce long waiting period experienced by patients when assessing healthcare. And again, with the latest one, it's a clinical decision support system, which I'm hopeful that very soon the QR code will be projected. How does it work and what does it seem to achieve? Now, this is the QR code. In order to make it more practical, please, if you can scan so that we walk through a quick walkthrough. So after scanning, this can be used by patients or the general public in order to enhance your health knowledge, your personal health knowledge. So after scanning, it will link you to a web. So please project the web so that we can also see it. So those who have been able to scan, okay. So this is something that you can input your health data, being your BP, and if it is above or within a specified range that is above the normal, it will indicate. We use clinical decision support system guidelines being approved by WHO. That's World Health Organization. There's a data format on that. So when you input, and if it is above, there are specified ranges. So if it is above it, it will indicate, and it will give you tailored advice on what to do. Maybe depending on your health history, like eating of more fruit, drinking of more water, or physical activities or any other thing. Why this? This is to enhance personalized healthcare interventions so that one will know his or her conditions. It will help you to own your health. So the name of this platform is called MyApomden. Please, can you go to the web? Can you go to the link? So it's called a MyApomden, translated in English as My Health. Why that? It's helping us to be more focused on preventive health care. Aside that, there are also other things now with persons. When you go to the health facilities and the medication prescriptions are given to you orally, people may forget. So we are going to synchronize the system with the electronic health records in the health facilities so that the medication prescriptions will be given to you either by SMS or by WhatsApp. And again, we're also building a two-way communication channel between the physicians and the patients. Why this? This is to enhance communication, to promote continuity of care after assessing health care. So if you are having bad experiences after your medication or after a visit to the health facilities, you can communicate back virtually or remotely without physically going to the health facilities, and it will help to promote good health. Again, there are other, in fact, this is a whole comprehensive end-to-end digital health platform we are building. Looking forward to more collaboration, support system, investors, and all. Thank you. But aside that, you can scan, give us feedback at the end of it. Looking forward for more questions and feedback from you. Thank you.
All right, so let's do it again for Thomas. Very wonderful, innovative product. Advisors.
All right, MyApomden, good job. But my first thing is, how can you compete with modern smart watches and other things? If I have to enter my BP, whilst my smartphone today, if I just put my hand there, it can get the BP straight over there. That is, measure it straight for me. How are you going to compete? Because then it means I need a manual system to measure my BP, then enter it over there. But there are more complicated systems nowadays. So look at it. And the first thing that I also didn't see, that I didn't see a caution, just as we scan. There should have been a caution to tell us that probably this is not the doctor. So you may, I didn't see it, maybe somewhere, it's something. Then you are also looking at trying to connect it with the health, the major health. You must also think about privacy. So that may be something that you have to explore in a way. So that will be my comment for now. Thank you.
Yeah, you wanted to say something. Yeah, say that.
Okay, you can go ahead.
Yeah, you can go ahead.
Okay, so for the first thing, said, how do I compete? Okay, this is an end-to-end digital health platform we are building, and I'm looking forward to connect it to wearables, being the smartphones and others. So this is a digital system that it can be linked to multimodals, being a wearables, and physically you can input it. People can check it. And those in the remote areas, the community health workers can check it for the patients so that they can input it. They can even use their smartphone to input it, because it's going to come in the form of either a web app or mobile app offline use. And so that will be a system to cater for the diverse users or the use cases. Then you also raised issue about a disclaimer. Digital health innovation does not replace medical experts. So at the end of it, he said that something at the end indicates that this is an AI generated. Consult your physician for medical adherences in order to avoid medical legal issues. And the last one you made mention of has to do with people's privacy So this is entered personally, and it's on personal input, personal output. So what you input, the feedback comes to you through the means which you input, which you inputted your data. So if it's by your phone, the feedback will come to you in order not to disseminate people's health information. So privacy, confidentiality is also catered in that regard.
Okay, so mine is I saw local language 6 on your site. Is it only Ghanaian local languages that you have there? And I want you to explain to me what that really means. And to advance that, like Prof mentioned, we have wristwatch and phone that are highly advanced to do what you seek to do, right? But my situation is this: the minority, those are people that cannot really read what the watch and the phone, the information is giving them. So can you do something that would be, I mean, especially for the minorities, those that cannot read? In other words, can it be a voice kind of response? So instead of a text, it becomes a voice to them in their language. So if I am an Akan and I cannot read, would there be an avenue for me to listen to the conditions that I'm in now in my Akan language? And you are not only going to operate in Ghana, all right? We have most African countries with their own local languages as well. So that is my take to you.
Okay, thank you. In order to answer it, please, IT, go to the web quickly, and I click on play audio or audio on, and I think it will answer it. Click on audio on and put it on volume. I've muted it. Volume. Click on audio, or it wouldn't work here. Audio, you should click on the audio. It's not connected to the internet.
So the idea is that it talks.
It talks. This audio. Okay, in order to make it simple, someone who scan it, click on audio. Okay, click on audio.
And medication adherence at 85%. Keep up the good work.
Okay. So the audio speaks, it gives guidelines. So it gives guidelines. It gives guidelines as to what to do.
1A. Your health summary for today shows your blood pressure at 132/86, glucose at 98, and medication adherence at 85%. Keep up the good work.
So this one can be done in other local languages to help people who can't speak English, and it gives daily health update based on your input. By so doing, helping to promote personalized healthcare. So thank you for that. Looking forward for more. See a hand up so you can ask.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. My name is Selassie. I would love to know, I think it's a very nice project you are working on. But as we all know, health is a very critical area, and any mistake or any error in that, in your application will mean a very great, what do we call it, issue, right? Which may even result in a legal issue, right? Okay, so I would appreciate it if you can tell us how you trained your AI, either agent, or are you using an agent, or I can see you've written a chatbot. So is this an agent you're using, and how did you train it, the data you are using to train this AI? agent?
Okay, I can answer it, but this why you need consultation. Yes, we utilize AI agents in building the chatbot. And in building the chatbot, in order to enhance its accuracy, we are now focusing more on local data sets in order to cater for the local needs of the various health conditions. And again, as you were talking, you raised issues about health being very critical. So this is something that is going to complement, is going to augment the existing workflow. So it doesn't replace, but the aspect that will help to enable clinicians reach out to more patients, and patients also having access to their health information, or helping them to take more proactive interventions. Sometimes you may not know the level of your BP, or even if you know, you may not know exactly what proactive steps to take. So this is a guide, but not a replacement. A guide to own your health, a guide to be more preventive, to be more health focused. So there's that. But in training the data set, it requires a lot of technicalities.
I appreciate your response, but if that is the case, then it defeats the purpose. Because you see, if you're saying that it is going to augment what exists, and again, you're saying that you cannot use it on its own, then we still need a doctor anyway. Why do I go through your system if at the end of the day I have to see the doctor? Why don't I just see the doctor? You understand? And also the second bit is that you are including AI, but we can achieve. You talk about the what do we call it? The blood pressure and etc. We can achieve that without AI. A simple program can achieve that. So it appears we are using the technology only because it exists, but we can achieve it with, very simple approaches, because you can write lines of codes to achieve that. So why do we engage AI? Which can actually result in errors, because if you are using a program, it means that it is deterministic. Okay, so we can determine the outcome. But if we are using an AI can hallucinate, especially depending on the data set you are using and all that. And our health data is unstructured. So I wonder how you're going to get this data to train your agent. So that will mean that you have a lot of work.
I can perfectly answer it, but I'll see you more for insight. This is a hybrid work.
Yes.
Made up of both coding and an AI, a logical reasoning. The AI agent reasons, and they have logical procedures by rule-based methodologies. World Health Organization has digital format on all health procedures, on all standard operating protocols, on every health issues. And this is where we created the data sets based on approved guidelines on treatment, protocol standards, and every other thing. So this is not something that we are leaving it for the AI to hallucinate. Are you getting it? But rather, it is based on the clinical approved guidelines that are being used in training it. So in other ways, at the end, clinicians also play a role in the loop, since it is also a health issue. So at the end, it augments, as I said, it does not replace, but however, it helps in remote, it helps you owning your health information to take proactive actions.
All right, round of applause to you, Thomas, on health tech. And I believe that further consultation will be needed. You agree to what your advisors are saying, that you would have to enhance it better. But thank you very much for your innovations, and we're proud of you. Let's now move. We have just 4 innovators left. This innovator is from the Nutrition and Food Science Department, the University of Ghana, in the person of Inkum David Jedu. Put your hands together for Inkum David Jedu, Nutrition and Food Science Department, University of Ghana.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, please. My name is Inkum David Jedu from the University of Ghana, Nutrition and Food Science. I'm here with my colleague, Frank Benu. Please, we are here to present on our innovation, which was done in the month of June at the University of Ghana. As we are university students, we noticed the problem on campus, whereby students find it difficult to get access to fresh and affordable and high quality of foodstuffs to promote their healthy living and to cater for their cooking needs on campus. So we came up with a business plan. The name of the business plan was Student Market Provider, which aims to offer students on campus access to fresh and affordable and high quality foodstuffs to promote the student living and to cater for their cooking needs. So this business also addressed the challenges of students, such as limited time, budget constraints, and lack of easy access to fresh food. Also, this business has had a mission and a vision. So our mission is to provide students with convenient access to fresh and affordable foodstuffs to encourage the healthy living of students on campus. And our vision is to become the go-to foodstuff supplier for students on campus and to expand to other campuses around the community. So I'll move straight to our market analysis. So our target audience was students living on a nearby campus who cook their own meals. And our competitors will be the local convenience deliveries and online grocery platforms, which already existed. So we are come to compete with these people. And our competitive advantage will be affordable prices tailored to student budgets and to focus on fresh produce and essential cooking staples since we are nutrition students. So some of the product and service offerings. Our products will be selling our fresh vegetables like tomatoes, onions, leafy greens, some protein sources like eggs and beans, cooking staples. We have the rice and cooking oil or spices. Yes, and seasonal fruits. Fruits are very important as we are students. Our services will be basically delivery. That's free or low-cost delivery for others. And there will be also subscription packages like weekly bundles with discounts for regular customers. Also, our marketing and sales strategy will be based on social media, our WhatsApp platforms, and campus forums to advertise, and also referral programs. We will be giving discounts to students who refer people to purchase from the Student Market Provider. And we have sampling events, like we'll be organizing events on campus whereby the Student Market Provider will be explaining about the things they do on campus to students. Also, our operation plan, how are we going to work on this? So we will engage with we will partner with local farmers, wholesalers, and other food cooperatives for fresh and affordable inventories. And our inventory management, because we are students, we have to know what the students like. We can't just buy anything and sell anything. So we are going to use a demand-based stocking system to minimize waste. Okay. And delivery will be basically by a motor on campus, or better still, a car. Some of the products the student market has been able to come up with. We have the Crunchy Gari Delight. We've been able to produce, please the next slide. We've been able to produce Gari and wall package it's been packaged for student base. Just raise it, open it. It's a bottle head. So you just open, you pour after you close. It prevents it from deteriorating. And we're able to produce some crunchy Gary mix. This is strawberry flavored. And Nourish mixed Tom Brown has been mixed with, it's a rice Tom Brown. We have a sample here, rice Tom Brown mixed with soya beans, millet, rice, sugar, and salt. Students, we don't have time, so every time you want quick. So everything is just intact. And also, we have the chill made sobolo. Normally, when you have class in the afternoons, you want to find something liquid to clear your throat. Please, the next slide. So we've come up with chill made sobolo in a wall package and a catchy one for the students on campus, and also our white sugar wall package. Also, with our Gary, we are working on to bring some varieties into the market. So we've introduced the production of Gary using orange flare sweet potato and carrots without using cassava. This is to improve the nutrient of Gary, our normal Gary that we know. But here we want to introduce the beta carotene and vitamin A content. So we've been able to come up with the orange fleshed sweet potato with carrots. This is what we've been able to do so far. We are still working on them. And also, okay, so our objectives, our outcomes for the Gary was to get something similar to Gary, the taste and everything, but yet this is to get the nutritional value very high as compared to cassava Gary. Okay, thank you very much.
Nkum and his partner, you have done very well, team. Let me have feedback from.
Crunchy Gary, you have a good idea, but let me first criticize you and then come and commend you. If you had met a possible investor, he or she wouldn't have this luxury of time to listen to you from how you started to your intersection and then conclusion, because you started by saying you want to provide fresh fruits or products to students. Okay, so are you the farmers or you will buy from the farmers and distribute? That is question one. And then fast forward, you introduce this product and the BISAP product, the Sobolo. Did you produce it yourself or that one too you pick it from a producer? Okay.
Okay, so to answer the first question, so basically we started with this business plan from the students' market level, but students keep asking. So whilst I'm provider, initially we were buying from the market for the students, but as a nutrition student and a food processing student, why don't I start something by myself?
Okay, so in this case, you should talk to the investor what you have produced. Know what you are going to the market to get and sell it. That is traditional trading, buying and selling. But we are talking about production. Okay. So you've produced your own food.
Yes.
Easy food. And I understand our organization where I am representing, we deal with students. So I know students' behavior very, very well. Modern day students want to live on autopilot life. Everything they want it to happen easily. So what you're doing is okay, but start with what you have produced.
Okay.
And then when you speak to the investor, let them know that, okay, you're doing this because there's a ready market for it because of the shift of student lifestyle. Cocoa that today you only need warm water or hot water, pour it in the flour and then prepare it. We still have some students who would want you to pour the water in the flour for them. So they only want to have it in the cup and stop drinking. So the market is there. So this is what you should speak to possible investors. And then if they have the time for it, you can bring in the fruit, because the fruit aspect you mentioned, we have over 60 universities, let me put it that way, from the college university to technical universities to traditional universities. And you are coming from University of Ghana, all right? Are you thinking of only producing for University of Ghana? Of course, no. Okay, so at a goal is like not too feasible to get the student population, because you said you have a presence on online. Some students can be in Tamale or UDS. They see you online, they may be tempted to think that you have a presence in Tamale. And when they reach out and they see you don't have a presence there, it means you've lost that customer. If not forever, then something else. Okay, so produce this first, get student agents, like what we do in the organization I'm representing. Every partner that we get, if it's a product-based company, if you partner us, when we visit each of these schools, we have what we call campus or community ambassadors. But we want to bridge the gap between industry and academia for students to always think that right after school, the paper thing is put down, work for money and survive. So every program we do, we want to ensure the business component out of it. So to you, focus on this, get student ambassadors across most of the universities that you can trust. If you produce this, give it to them. Promote your presence on the internet. If somebody's in Tamale, they ask, so yeah, you have a rep in Tamale. Go to this campus, go to this hall room, so and so, and get it. So when it grows to eat feet within these agent areas, then you can focus on the fruit-based ones as well. Start from your strength before where you will stretch more.
All right, please. Thank you so much.
These seriously, these conversations don't come easy. Off your view.
Yeah. My junior colleagues we've met. I told you I'm a food scientist.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now we want to look at two things together. We want to talk now as professional colleagues, and we also want to now look into that area through innovation. Now, I mentioned something this morning. I said when we talk about innovation, it's about what? Starting with a real problem, not an idea. Okay, there are two different things. So if you want to innovate, you need to identify what are the problems. Okay, so that's number one. Number two is that you have identified that your target audience are students. I've not seen the problem that you wanted to solve. Is it that the Gary or which other product that you have, is it that they are not available on campus?
So the problem we identified was students getting access to fresh and affordable food stuffs.
What are those? Is this one fresh?
So this is well packaged and affordable.
Is it fresh? You are using that adjective. That's why I said you need to know what is. If you are saying fresh, tomatoes, fruits, vegetables, they are fresh. Students may be having challenges because the people that are to bring those to the campus may have little barriers in bringing it fresh. So on getting to the campus, it may not be fresh again. Okay, but you want to make them available fresh. That is a problem that you have identified. Now, the next step will now be, how do you solve that problem? So I'm asking that because you've never mentioned that when you are saying fresh. If you say, for this that you are showing us, I may say, maybe the problem was that students could not get Gary, okay, available, or maybe the Gary available is not safe for. So I'm just assuming. I'm just telling you those things. If you want to talk about innovation, it's different from you want to sell. You want to be producing something to make money. There are two different things. It's not idea. It's not that. Okay, want to respond? Okay,
Yes,
okay.
please. So with the fresh food selling idea or provision idea, it's all about the competitive pricing. The fresh fruits are available on campus, but at very competitive, at very, very high prices. So we are actually partnering with other departments like the agric department, which produce this fresh fruits on campus soil, which does not necessarily involve transporting from Eastern region or Volta region. So averagely, we are getting them at very, 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 very cheap prices. So what we are doing is just relaying those products to the student community.
So thank you, but those products are not here. Okay,
Yes,
and you didn't
yes,
mention them.
yes,
So it's
please.
because you are using the word fresh. That's why I took you up on that. Okay.
Sure.
So
And
if you
with
are
the
doing
Gary,
that, that is good.
sure.
But what you now need to do, I will not. Okay, which one do you want me to talk about?
So with the Gary,
Gary, not the
oh,
fresh now.
yeah, the problem we seek to solve with the Gary was actually the traditional way of packaging. That was what we call the Olunka rubber. That usually gets like damaged and gets infiltrated with oxygen. That makes the Gary.
Don't use the word oxygen.
Sorry, just
Moisture.
sorry,
Because
moisture.
it easily allows permeability
Yes,
of
please.
moisture into that.
Sorry,
Okay,
sir.
no problem.
My bad. So our solution was actually to provide a better packaging solution to prevent the consistent issues
Good,
of
good.
Gary
The
getting.
next thing that you now need to also consider, this is good, okay? You've been able to solve that challenge that you identify. But the question is, if you remember, second thing that I said this morning is affordability. Your target audience. Good, you have been able to solve their challenges. Can they afford your solution?
It is relatively affordable.
You are using adjective now.
Yes,
You are
please.
quantifying now. So those are the things that you need to start thinking about,
Yes,
okay?
please.
Because it's good to provide the solution. Are you sure that that solution has solved the problem, or is the problem still there? Okay, your target audience is very, very important. So another thing that I have here is you have to think smart. You have to think smart. As a student, for me, I won't go for this. Don't forget, I've told you I'm old. Okay, I don't know, student nowadays. So, and if you look at it, for me to open this and start pouring, it takes time. It doesn't flow to what I'm used to. Just open the polyethylene, pour. Are you getting? I'm a student coming from classroom, hungry. I need to mix my chilled water with granite and this thing together. It takes time. It delays me. Do you get it? So you have to take smart. Okay, you can still use this technology and try to modify. Okay, by thinking the way your customer is going to think. Okay, and you also need to know that this solution that I'm providing is sustainable. Okay, and another thing is, which is very, very important, I'm going back to it, is the market. Market. If you sit down and cost this thing, how much is your production price for one compared to the other one? Okay, but it's because you mention students. If you do not mention students, this is a good innovation. Are you getting it? People, and don't forget, I told the fashion people the other time, you cannot control the whole market. You must have a segment, and you face that segment. But in this case, that segment of the market that you mentioned, students, is not for this product. Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you very much.
All right, so Inkum, you would have to do a lot of work, all right? I mean, these notes are just to help you.
Mine is, have you taken this to the standard board? Is FDA? Yes.
So we are in the process.
You are in the
Yes,
process.
please.
Okay. Please do that.
This product must be vetted and approved by the Madam Wase. Thank you very much, so much, my advisors It has to pass through the FDA, very important. The next one is Raphael Unity Post-Harvest Innovation Hub, University of Ghana. The next will be from Accra Institute of Technology, Sul Abdul Wasi. So please stand by, AIT, but we have now on stage is Raphael Unity. You would have to put them over there and then refer to them. Or I can help you hold it up. Okay, yeah, get a chair. Get your chair. Get you a chair, surely. Yeah, right here. Over this way. Hmm. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon. My name is Raphael Unity. I'm from the Post-Harvest Innovation Hub, located in the School of Agriculture, Crop Science Department. So at the Post-Harvest Innovation Hub, our motto is reducing post-harvest losses, one innovation at a time. So in Ghana, we face a lot of post-harvest losses with a lot of fruits and vegetables. At the Post-Harvest Innovation Hub, the ones that we started to deal with, or what our main focus is the indigenous fruits and vegetables. These are fruits and vegetables that don't have the eye on them. So usually when farmers or those who farm these things usually get a bumper harvest, they don't know what to do after they sell it off. So usually when they have it after selling it off to their main consumers, they don't know what to do with it. So you always have a case where they go bad, and then during the dry season, these same products during the rainy season were much cheaper, but during the dry season, they become expensive. So at the Post-Harvest Innovation Hub, we decided to deal with this problem by making products or processing these fruits and vegetables into various forms to ensure that even during the dry season, you would always have the product available on the market. Also, it also helps with the urban areas where during the dry season, for contumely, for example, during the dry season, you'd be able to get just 3 bundles for about 20 cedis or even much more. But then during the wet season or as it's in season, that same 3 bundles will go for much cheaper. So over here, I have contumely that we've dried and processed. I would like to pass it on to Adil. No. I just want you to feel how light it is, because over at the Post-Harvest Innovation Hub, we have the equipment to be able to cut, store, and also process these fruits and vegetables. So with a container like this, we have our own cold room available that we are able to store even from a farmer who has a bumper harvest. So even though we get it from the farmer, we have a place that we are able to store it so that we'll keep it for a while before we actually process it. And I'm just sharing this with you guys so that you know how light it is. Because with the dried contumely, it's something that it's about education. Because you need to educate people about the possibility that you can have contumely and you can dry it to prevent it from going bad. And then all you need to do right now with this contumely is just add water. And then it comes out to what it was, like as close to fresh. And you can use it as you intended it to use. Also, I have something over here, turkey berry powder. So, yeah. Yes. So we've dried it and packaged it over here. In this form, you can use it as a spice. You can use it as tea if you're anything you want. But it's just to let you know that there are things you can do to these indigenous fruits and vegetables. Because these are things that people don't know what they can do about with it. So the turkey berry, for example, we use it as a spice when we are cooking in the lab. There are people that also use it for tea. You can come to our table in the room over there where we also have the turkey berry tea available in 2 flavors, turkey berry with ginger and then turkey berry with orange. Also, one other product that we also have is our Banku flour. This is the millet Banku flour, the red millet Banku flour. So you just add water and in another 10 minutes, you can be able to use it. Also, if you don't have fire, you can use something as a microwave and in another 10 minutes, you're able to use it. A main thing with all these products that we have is that there is no preservative, no added preservative was inside. This was all done in the crop science department at the post-harvest innovation hub. We were able to cut it, we were able to remove all the moisture from it to ensure that it will be able to stay longer, because the reason why things will go bad is because there's moisture available. So if you are removing the one thing that would cause it to go bad, you would be able to stay keep it longer. Also, you would also be preserving the nutrients. Oh, that's the agushi, the melon seeds. Yes, so milled and already done for you. So in this melon seeds, agushi. Yeah. Yeah. So in this form, we've already done a lot of steps for you. So all you just need to do is take it, rip it from the rubber, add your water, and then you can be able to prepare it and then use it for your warm water. Yes, please. I'm passing this around. Or you've seen it already. No, I'm passing it around. You've already gone through it. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Hi. So yes, for me, that is all I have from the post-harvest innovation hub. So from the team to you, we'd like to say thank you very much for giving us this opportunity.
Yeah, thank you. Let me first say that that's a good one, okay? And to also let you know that what your group is doing is not only innovation, but you are solving a very important or critical challenges or problem within the country and continent, and that is food security. Okay? And I don't know how many people are aware of all this that you are doing here in Accra. Okay, even to now talk about the whole country. So, but what I want you to note also is that drying, okay, drying of fruit, vegetable, or food generally goes beyond you are trying to reduce the moisture content.
Okay.
Are you getting it? So
Yeah, I get
that
it.
should not be your major concern. Okay?
Okay.
You can reduce the moisture, you can make the food available. Number one, when you reduce the moisture, you increase the shelf life, right?
Yes.
Good. And you make it more available to people. But another very critical area that you also need to consider is the safety. Are you getting it?
Yeah, I get it.
If a food is not safe, it's not food. If you give food to somebody now, and that person ate the food, and within the next 3, 4, 5 hours, that person is in the hospital. That person have taken poison, not food. So you have to be very, very cautious of that. And in doing that, you see, you can show me this now. You can show me this, and I see that it's good, right? But the question is that if I consume this, it can cause problem to my health. And that is why the method of processing this is very, very key. If you take this to FDA, okay, that you want them to help you to register this or certify it, they will not be carried away with this thing that you have shown to them. The first thing they are going to tell you is that they need to come to where you are processing, to come and visit and inspect your environment. So I want to believe that your department that is doing, okay, you said it's post-harvest up,
Yes.
which I want to believe is not just a department.
It's in the crop science department.
So you need to collaborate with people in food science or food technology. I don't know the department you call it in your university.
Yeah.
Because you need to understand what we call good hygienic practices. It's very important. The equipment that is used in drying this is very important. Is it a stainless steel equipment? If not, this product will be condemned automatically. The environment at which they dry these products need to be very clean. And maybe I should tell you what we are trying to, or what I'm trying to let you have at the back of your mind is that microorganisms that can cause problem when you ingest them with food must not be in the food that you are giving to people. And don't forget this microorganism, you can't see them with your naked eyes. Okay? So, but the way to make sure that they are not there are these things that I'm telling you. And another thing is that you need to know what is the moisture content or the moisture in the food that will not allow that particular microorganism to grow. Because the microorganism that will grow on this, your veg, is different from the one that will grow on this. So you need to know what are those organisms. Once you know them, you know how to handle them. Are you getting it now?
Yeah, I get it.
So there are a lot of things that goes with drying and selling drying. And let me also tell you that if as a professional, you are able to do all this perfectly, right? You have, in fact, I would just like to congratulate you because the market is massive, both in Accra and Ghana and outside. People are looking for all this, our traditional food, outside the continent, and very, very expensive. So, yeah, they are.
Yeah.
So, if you are able to do it in a nice way, you don't need to be looking for a job again. No. Job is there. You become a job creator. So, just employ people. And as I tell you, you can't satisfy the market. People are looking for all these things. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay. Bob, thank you so much. I hope you've listened very well. The safety aspect. Now let's do business. Yeah. Have you for now identified your distribution channels?
Distribution channels, yes.
Okay, so more or less your target areas where you can be offloading some of this production. Where? Because I want to suggest some areas to.
For now, we started only at the crop science department. There's a vegetable center over there, City Veg. So they are like they get a lot of people coming to them. So we have some of our products displayed on there, and then they let the people know that these products are available. So then they direct them to us because we are just located behind them at the crop science department.
Okay. Is it FDA approved?
Yes, we are getting the FDA certification.
So you are on the process.
We are on the process.
Fantastic. You see restaurants.
Yes.
That cook this our local dishes. The hotels.
Yeah.
And the exporters those that export the local food stuff to the other continents. See these three areas.
Yes.
Once FDA approve it, you have a huge market there because we have our age group people, the aged group.
Yeah.
The Kwanzaa that you mentioned,
yes,
they are now missing it. They are not getting it. So if you have this for the major restaurants and the hotels, it means they will get the older generation for you, and you have a market to go. So once you get the FDA approval, look out for some of these people.
Okay.
Okay. All
Thank you. Thank you very much.
The Kwanzaa that you talked about, why is it not green but that color?
And it's been dried.
That's something, because if I see red contumely, I will never eat it. So I'm sure that's one thing. But a quick one.
Yes, please.
How much is one of these? You didn't talk about it.
Oh, okay.
So if you can tell us, maybe we'll pass there. So
yes, please. So for the Kwanzaa, it's 30 cedis and 2 goes for 50 cedis. The contemporary goes for 70 cedis, and then the Banku goes for 50 cedis. And for the Banku also, I would also need to also really hammer on this point. It's dry, so the moment you add water, it always rises up. So if you are cooking it or you're making it into a paste, you should always keep that in mind.
Yeah, thank you. Sorry, I just want to say something about the color. I don't know how this will look like, but it depends on what you use to dry it, the technology of drying.
Yes.
There's a particular technology, I'm not going to say it. You have to go and check with a student.
Okay.
If you use it to dry leaves, vegetables, it's going to look like this. But by the time you reconstitute, it will look like fresh leaf. It will come out fresh. You would think it was just picked from the field.
Okay.
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 So thank you. God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your feedback. So work on it. Thank you very much.
All right, please, one last applause for him, please. For Raphael, well done on your innovation as well. And if you can see up here, we have a number of digital artifacts over here. This is from the Accra Institute of Technology, and they are here represented by Sule Abdul Wasi. So please put your hands together for AIT. AIT, are you ready? Take it easy, take it easy. People in the house, are you ready? All right, AIT, you have the floor. You have just less than 10 minutes. 7 minutes, please. 7 minutes in all. We're timing you. Let's start.
So, please, good afternoon. My name is Kenneth Opokumensa, and my project is about InstaAllergy. So now, InstaAllergy is a personalized food detection and also global food identification app. So basically, the idea is to help individuals who suffer from allergy to help them detect their allergies in foods, that's cooked foods and also packaged foods. Now, according to World Health Organization, about 20 to 30 individuals of the global population suffer from allergies daily. So then, if you take that in general and using the world population as an inference, then 8 billion people being the total population, it means that's about 1.98 to 3.6 billion people suffer from allergies. So now the system is designed to curb that. Now with the system has various sections. Now we have the my profile section. Please, we've not been able to project, so I'll be just doing it for you to get the whole picture of how the thing is. So now with the my profile section, we have common allergies. Now these allergies were put into the system based on general scrutinization. So then based on how the foods that individuals suffer allergies from. And also we have, since it's a personalized allergy system, we give individuals the chance also to set up their personalized allergy profile. So now, since we cannot project it, I'll just be taking you through how it is. Now, so with the first section, I spoke about the profile. Now we have the dashboard. Now this is where the dashboard is where the whole system functionalizes. So now we have so if a user logs in, you see the user's name. So now you scan a food item to check for the allergies and view details. So now we have the section for detecting the cooked food and also the packaged foods. Now we can take notes that with the jurisdiction, we have styles of cooking food. So the style of cooking food in Ghana might be different. Even jollof, it comes in different styles. So we take note of all those things. And also we have styles of preparing even various meals across the world. So the jollof in Ghana cannot be the same jollof in Gambia or Sierra Leone. So then when we designed the system, we took note of all these things. So then the system is very sensitive to all these things. So when it's giving information, it gives you accurate information. Now, with the labeling tool, we took note of the various jurisdictions. Now, Dubai labeling can be different from Ghanaian labeling. The settings might differ. So then whilst we designing the system, we make sure that we took into consideration all these things. So when you scan a product, it gives you general information about the product. So if your allergies are found in the food, what it does that it gives you an alert. Now, the alert is according to World Health Organization. Now, if one alert is found in the food, then it's a medium alert. So it doesn't pose a threat to you. But if 2 or more is found in the food, then it's a higher risk to you as an individual. And also, it gives you the various ingredients that were used in preparing the food. Now, and delves deeper to giving you history about the food, the nutritional value of the food, and also closely related foods to that particular food that you scan. So maybe you might be in a setting where maybe you cannot find the food that you scanned, or maybe you're not comfortable with the food that you scanned. It gives you other related foods to that. And with those things said, we move to the recommendation section. Now, the recommendation section works based on either the type of food, your jurisdiction, that's the country, the city, or wherever you are, and also the type of food, whether you want a spicy food or any other food that you want. So then when maybe you are in Ghana, a person from China comes to Ghana, he searches for banku. The system is going to give it information about the banku, the picture, ingredients, the cultural notes of everything. If you are in Nigeria, maybe you want to see the foods in Nigeria. When you search for the food in Nigeria, it gives you foods which are tailored to your allergy profile in Nigeria. So basically, the whole idea of the system is to help you curb your allergies. And now, listening to it, allergies cannot be prevented, but they can be managed. So then the whole idea of the system is to help you manage your allergies. Thank you.
Good day to you all. The system over here is a fire detection and prevention system. Okay, so it includes sensors for temperature, sensors for to detect temperature, and also sensors to detect the current flowing through your house. Okay, and I'm coming. So the whole system, all what it does is that when it detects that your room temperature is not normal, is too high, it could be as a result of fire, right? And then it just turns off the whole system. It cuts the connection to your whole house so that it doesn't pose more problems. Also, it can also extinguish fires because there's a fire extinguisher equipped inside. So it can also extinguish fires before the fire service come around. So it can do, it's like a first aid for fires. Okay, so that's basically it. Time is not on my side. So I'll pass the next person.
All right. So the project here is an SUD, or a sustainable drainage system. And as you can see, the project is divided into two parts. Now, this part is our traditional drainage system, and this part is the SUD, the sustainable drainage system. What it's supposed to do is that it's supposed to infiltrate water and also filtrate water. Infiltrate in the sense that it's supposed to absorb water so that when it rains, the flood, it can mitigate the flood risk in our, mostly in our urban cities. That is the target for this project. In the urban areas, it can mitigate the flood. And so what happens is that when it rains now, when it comes through our traditional system, the same water that comes from the top, that same force is going to come out. All right. And if the force is very high, the pressure is very high, it can push buildings. You've seen that before. You've seen where water, rain, is able to carry even people, even animals, right? But then the drainage system helps reduce that pressure. So when the rain hits it, this is called a green roof. When the rain hits the green roof absorbs the water. And after it absorbs the water, part of the water comes out through this rain duct. And this rain duct also carries the water to the bioswale. The bioswale. Now this bioswale is made up of vegetation and also semi-permeable concrete, meaning that when the water comes through, it is not going to go as quickly as it would have done in the traditional system. Therefore, water is able to be infiltrated. And because of the semi-permeable concrete, pollutants can be removed from the water, and at least the water that will come out can be useful. This side is also to help us reserve some of the water that comes out, or some of the water that falls. And so this project is really going to help us curb the flood risk that we have in congested towns like Nima, Santa Maria, and most urban parts of Ghana where floods usually occur. Thank you.
Okay, good day. My project is a coin-based mobile charging system. So over here, we can see the coin slot. So let's say you want to charge your phone, you just insert your coin, and depends on your amount, 2 cedis, 1 cedis, 50 pesos. So the higher the coin, the more time you have to charge your phone. So the main idea is if you're outside your home and maybe you need to charge one of your devices, it will be there. So it works like a vending machine where you just insert your coin and your phone charges. Thank you.
Please try for them. AIT. Well done. So we are actually racing so much behind time. We had a late start. So advise us, we can wrap it up for them shortly.
Okay, thank you. Fire detector, right? Please come forward, and then you. Are you together? Are you team? But my advice is that collaborate. The two of you should collaborate.
Okay.
You see, what you are doing, my first question is that, is it for an existing structure or a new development? Let me know that.
Okay, so it can be used for an existing structure. Since our roofs are detachable, we can remove the roofs and install this one. And also, when you are bringing up your own structure, you can involve this in your plan and also
Good.
install it.
So the two of you, your key partner in the industry are real estate developers and construction engineers. So go and see them. You should collaborate.
Thank you.
Because once you develop whatever structure, you will need this to avoid flood. Equally, you will need this for security, safety. Everybody needs it. Everybody in this room needs it. So the two of you should collaborate on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. And then the young lady with the charger. Now we have pocket phone chargers, right? Power banks.
Yes.
So yours is more or less like a power bank.
No, actually, it's not a power bank because power bank are personal. But this, it will be stationary. It will be set at different places like a mall, at the airport. Yeah.
You should have mentioned that. You
Thank
didn't
you.
mention. Come again. Okay. So, all right, then I think it makes sense. It's just like the recent electric motor vehicle.
Yes.
They have their charging stations here and there. Yes. So your key partners in the industry would be supermarkets areas,
Yes, exactly.
transport areas, okay, market areas, where
Amusement
people
parks.
dominantly sit, stand, wait for whatever they want to do.
Yes,
Okay.
sir.
All right. Thank you.
So, on you, how is this going to be charged? Is it going to use electricity?
The main source is the solar.
The main source is solar.
Yeah, it's solar charge. But also,
You didn't show it.
I
Okay. All right. Because I was going to ask why should those machines be bought instead of this one?
Yeah.
So if it's solar and it's going to be the more, think deep to it and see how you can resolve. Because I know that there are better machines that you just plug it now. If you go to all very good mall, they are free. You just plug the coin. So think about the money aspect. Consider that.
okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay. Just to, I've learned something from what Prof mentioned. Don't focus too much on people paying for it. When you collaborate with your vending partners, where you are going to vend it, they can be paying you because it will attract customers to their place. All right. So they will be paying you instead. Customers don't have to pay for it.
Okay, I've gotten it.
Thank you. That's what I wanted to say. In fact, nice one. Try and see how you can get people that would buy into this so that you scale it up. I saw something like this in China. Okay, and that is how it's been done. And when I saw it, I said, wow, there's need to bring this thing home. And at least I always tell my students that anything you are thinking about, somebody here somewhere have also thought of it. So the only thing is that the innovation there is that who comes out with this idea first, okay? So some people are also doing this around here. So if you can quickly work on this with your professors or bosses, you get it. It's a good one. So the allergy, that thing is not well explained. I am confused, okay? No, because of time. So you may just, in case of next time, because the issue is that allergy is it's all about our immune system identifying food product or food mistakenly as harmful, and it will now react to it. It's not that it's a bad, but the question is, how do your technology or innovation discover what is my system reacting to as allergy? Do you get it? Because that's why I said the confused that it was not really explained, okay? Because I would have been expecting something that will tell me that I'm allergic to also food. Do you get it? A lot of us here have allergy to some products and we don't know. Some people have allergy to a particular component of peanuts. When they consume peanut like this, there will be problem. You will see something coming up. So some people is gari, and up till tomorrow they don't know. So I would have been expecting to see something that can tell me, maybe putting my hand or anything that will tell me you are allergic to this food. I don't have. That will just tell me you have allergy to these classes of food. You may start with saying cereals. Okay, so it now means that I need to go and now say next step is what specific cereal it is. It may say legumes. It may say root and tuber or seafood. So the next step will now be to now say what type of seafood specificity now. Do you get it? So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. Have you got a response, Opoku? Is it a yes or a no?
Okay, so to add to what you said, the main concept is not to detect a particular ingredient. Like obviously we use ingredients in preparing a meal. So then the main is to help you detect. We have some people that actually know what they are suffering from, like the ingredients they're allergic to. So then by what you've said, it's also like a suggestion I'm going to take in to help me further broaden whatever I've said. Yeah, thank you very much.
Product development is very important. So whilst you've heard the advices, it's a means to develop the product to meet that need. Thank you very much, AIT, for your innovations. Put your hands together for them, please. Yes. No, our local adage that says that the comments coming in means we want the best of these innovations. We want them to thrive in our market. So you have to accept them and incorporate them. Thank you very much. The next one is our man from the AI space to help us with this tool. He has Nelves. Are you here? Okay, put your hands together for Nelves.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Freeman Philip, and I'm the founder of Nelves. Yeah, we currently have 3 flagship products that we are building currently. But today I'm presenting on our first flagship product, which is Index Protocol. Yeah, can I have this slide, please? Yes. So Index Protocol is a research platform, a social research platform on a decentralized blockchain. Now, what are the challenges currently? Now, 80% of research products or manuscripts are not funded, lack funding. 70% of publications are locked behind paywalls, which means that a lot of research materials or manuscripts right now, if you need it, you need to pay a lot before you get those research manuscripts. 75% of researchers lose ownership and can't monetize their work. So you turn out to publish your manuscripts on Google Scholars, Academia, and other platforms, but you don't get a chance to monetize what you have done. Now, 85% grant takes months. Maybe you want a grant, before they process the grant for you, it takes a lot of time span before you get that particular grant. That's cool. Now, our solution, what are we doing? Currently, I and my team, we are working on the platform that will enable you to be able to publish your manuscript and mint it as an NFT on the blockchain. Then you get access to funding because we'll be onboarding these funding institutions and then other researchers that would like to fund a project. Then we are also connecting researchers and institutions all together in one community-based social system. Yeah, the next one. How does it work? Now, you upload your research material or manuscript or any book material, then you mint it as an NFT. The next thing is you get an ID, which is an ESS number or an ESBN number, which is in the research space, you might refer to be as an ISSN and ISBN for books. So, and then also to DOI, and which is being given by Crossref. So with what we are doing, we are using this ESS number and then the ESBN number to serve as your DOI and your ISS number. So at the same time, your ESS number will be your portfolio link and your citation link. And on the blockchain, because it's going to be on the blockchain, it's going to serve as your wallet address. The next thing, we have how the community in the community, people are going to fund what you are doing, because I already mentioned that we have institutions on board that will be doing that, and then people will engage with your product. So contributors earn index token. So based on your contribution on the platform, the number of manuscripts you are posting, and the number of app votes you are getting, peer reviews you are getting, then your product reputation will be seen on the platform. Yeah. And then reviewers get, so there will be an AI assistant that peer reviewers can use to review some of the manuscripts that will be uploaded. Next one. This is our product. We are currently at the production stage. We are working on it. We are looking at launching very soon. So we have our first screen, which is how users can connect to the platform, and then the publication screen, and then we have the main screen where we see the social page, all manuscripts are uploaded. And then we have, because we are backing this with a token, how do you get your money back when I get reputation about my product get evaluated? Now we have a swapping system that you can now change your money back to a normal fungible money like Ghana cedis or the USD, so you can get your money from the platform. Yeah, let's move on to the next one. Our market opportunity. Just now when I got here, I met a friend who spoke about you want to publish his manuscript on a platform like this. That's another target point. So there's a large scale. So you have a global research ecosystem value over 1.7 trillion currently. And then let's look at the web science space, the Web3 space also too. You could see the platforms like Molecule, ResearchGate, VitaDAO. They are already taking the lead building something like this in Europe. Yeah, but their platform is more centered on biotech manuscript publications. But what we are doing, we want to focus on every single thing, every research space that we'll get. Now, as at now, in the year 2022, from the year 2022, Molecule itself has doubled in value and evaluation 400%. So meaning that there's an increased number of engagement on a decentralized platform. So that's a leverage for us to go there. And currently, Ghana is talking about crypto regulations here. Also, so it will be a big leverage. Now, academic publications. We have 32 billion annual publications. And it's a lot. It's a lot. Can we go for this slide? Now, who are our target markets? We are looking at independent researchers and authors. Also look at universities. That's why I'm here today, to talk to my universities professors here. Labs, academic institutions, funding organizations, and grant providers. And then open source and data-driven research communities. Hello. Our market opportunity. When you look at the total accessible market, we have over 100 billion global total market opportunity. In Africa alone, we have 25 billion. 25 billion. Yeah. And when we look at our SAM, we have 5 billion. And in Africa, in Nigeria, like example, in Nigeria, Kenya, South Africa, Ghana, and Egypt, we have a market, a sum of 1.5 billion to 2 billion. And our SOM, we are looking, actually, our SOM is 150 million currently, people who can easily adopt the market space. Yeah. Can you move forward? our revenue stream. Now, anytime anybody wants to publish a manuscript on the platform, they need to get an ESS number, as I mentioned earlier on. So that's one way of we are going to generate money. The next two is transaction fees. When you want to change your money back to tangible money, yeah, you need to pay for some form of fee. Institutional subscriptions. When, for instance, AU want to onboard on our platform, they need to pay some form of institutional fee, and then commission of funded projects. Now, because there's not going to be any middleman in the project, when we are giving you this grant, you need to pay some form of token. And then now the token, what can you do with the token? If you have this token, now you can use that token for grant and reward, for staking the liquidity pool to maintain the token value. So that if right now, if from the beginning, the token is $1 to 1 token, then it means that if we are getting more staking in a liquidity pool, then your money, by the time maybe in the next 5 years, you could get just one index will be equal to, let me say, like $45. So just like how when Bitcoin came from the beginning, Bitcoin was around 0.01 to $1, but now Bitcoin has increased. Yeah. And we have for governance, for peer review. Now, who are already in the system? We have Research Hub, we have Molecule, we have LabDAO, and then those are direct competitors in the market already that are on the blockchain space. But when you look at the Web2 space, we have ResearchGate, then we have Google Scholars, we have academia and other platforms also as well. What makes that difference is that now your product, that your publishing manuscript that you are going to make available on our platform, we are meeting it as an NFT for you. We are going to give a tokenized asset. And also we are focusing on just African publications. So we are going to create a very huge pool of publications for Africa. And it's going to be decentralized, and there will not be like no middleman, and it's going to be on-chain to some, so you have on-chain reputation as well. Then the integrated funding layer, then it's also to help our research market. So if you can be able to buy license, if right now you meted your product, you did a research or something like what you presented currently, and somebody wants a license from it, the person can buy a fraction of that particular manuscript, and you get a license from you to be able to use it. Our traction, currently we are done with the product type. We are done with the product type, and we are in the development. And also we have 100 researchers who are doctors and professors that are currently on our wait list. And also we are in talk with University of North Florida and UCC, UG, and also to some institutions that are willing to come on board with our MVPs ready. And then our roadmap. So in the first quarter of 2026, we are looking at launching. Second quarter, we are looking at institutional partnership. The third quarter, we are looking at bringing on the swapping platform. And in the fourth quarter, we are looking at going publicly launch across Africa. This is our team. Last one, yeah. So these are professors that have been helping us throughout the entire research product we have been doing. We have Professor Dan, Mr. Manasseh, who's a professor from UCC, and then an engineer, blockchain engineer, Mr. Joshua, and then Mr. Gabriel, who's also a researcher and also yeah. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Nice idea. But do you know why we publish in specific journals?
What I know is because they are the standard.
How are you going to get your work standard over there?
Yeah, so that's why we are going to partnership institution, getting people to.
Okay. Do you know that even those of us in, let me use my school in Jimpa, our own journal, don't even recognize it?
This is going to be the first. This is going to be the first decentralized.
So these are questions I want you to look at them. That's why I keep asking you. Because if you're able to address that, that is where you attract people to publish there. Because if I'm going to publish over here and I will not be recognized in my school, I will not publish.
And one thing about these platforms is we do bot scrubbing. So when you are going to publish your manuscript, you enter your DOI or your ISS number into your publication journey. Then when your publication comes on our platform goes to scrap wherever you have made post on, and we use that to evaluate you on the platform. So even if you don't get reputation, you don't get valued here, we are scrubbing you from all those platforms and you are giving you valuation here. That's the main thing here is that when you are here, you are earning a token from what you are doing.
So that is the key you should be looking at. Thank you.
For me, I think you have a very great presentation. It was very clear. Well done for that. My take is this. The security part of the researchers. You mentioned that a certain percentage of researchers end up losing their ownership of their work. Are you going to take the responsibility of intellectual property or patent? No, you can't do that. Ghana has a patent agency, so they have to do that. And so you have to be in partnership with them. Okay.
That's why we are talking about the partnership with institutions.
But with academic articles,
Yeah.
when you publish, the patent go to them already.
Okay.
So if he negotiates with them, he can get that because there is one in UK.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
even when you have published, you can pass through them.
Yeah.
They
And-
try to get something.
Yeah, and
I-
Twitter is doing the same thing.
I think you know what you should add Prof to your source of advice. So yes, because what I was going to find out or ask from you, he's already answered it. Okay, and then the next phase. Already we have hundreds and thousands of researchers sitting there. They want platforms to, onboard their research. Now, people that will patronize, whether individuals or organizations that will patronize, is the key. Because it's one thing I produce it, and another thing I get a patronage. Okay, so whilst you are waiting to get it launched, start scouting for organizations or bodies that would patronize your site and pay the researchers. And what do you get as a site? You hosting
Tokens when you exchange it.
Yeah.
so is it the user coming to search for information on your site that pays, or the researcher that is onboarding their research
So
on?
the researcher is the main owner on the platform, and the
No,
peer
you.
reviewers.
You
For
who
me-
pays you?
Okay, for me, because of the transaction fees on the platform, and then the meeting fees on the platform, and then the institutional subscription fees from the platform. That's where we are going to generate our money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Good.
Right.
But you need to take Prof's contact. Okay. Yes.
Okay, let me take this one from Dr. Felicia Nkrumah.
I just wanted to understand, in this age where we are really promoting open science, just making sure that the entire research process and publication process is quite transparent, is open, and in a way that our work shouldn't be hidden behind paywalls. We don't have to pay. You know, there's a huge movement trying to promote this so that we can scrap the payment aspect, either on the part of the researcher or on the part of the institution. So how does this really fit in? Because that's the direction where research is going now.
Yeah. So in this case, what we are doing is provide your publishing material free on our platform, like make it accessible to anyone on our platform. When you do that, now based on the engagement rate on the platform, you are earning something. Just like when you are using any other social media platform, if your video or anything of yours goes viral, you end up becoming an influencer to start earning something on the platform. I hope I answered your question.
So you are not a publisher.
No.
The researchers still have to publish in
Yes.
what they call high impact journals or any of those traditional publishing platforms. But your platform will then crawl and harvest.
So now, because we are decentralized platform, what we are trying to do is that Now, in the beginning, we were trying to do it like how you are saying it, like from now. And then one of our board advisors advised that now let's allow users to publish on our platform. When you publish on our platform, you can do the scrap button, whereby your publication on our platform to gain more reputation. Now, this board goes to the other platform, then do the scribing, how your manuscript is performing on those platforms. So we are giving monetization on Google Scholar, Academia with our bots, and those bots brings that data to our platform, and also to evaluate you on that, and you get a token from it. Yeah.
Not to stress things, but the last question, yeah, because I'm in the space, so I really want to understand. Who is responsible for reviewing an article that is submitted for publication? Before you would get an article published, it goes through a very thorough process and a lot of back and forth with review. That is the only way that we trust articles published via specific platforms.
Yeah.
So I just want to understand your review process. And then again, in line with a question that he asked earlier, do the universities recognize that platform? Because every single publication is counting towards promotion or towards further advancement. So if I'm not getting a point for that particular publication, then like he said, I really will not publish with you at all.
Yeah, okay. Sure. So what we are doing currently, we have our peer reviewers to that ad on the platform. We have peer reviewers that they review manuscripts. Anytime you release a preprint of your research manuscript, they come to review that particular manuscript, and then we will have a trained AI bot. Like, I wish we have the platform here so I could demonstrate for you a trained AI bot that anytime you publish a script, the AI bot does the reviewing manually, because we'll be training it with views from people that are already in the space. So the bot will do that particular training, and then because you want the peer reviewers that are also coming on board to earn something, you either create a bounty, like a reward system, for anyone that gets you to review your product or your manuscript to earn a token. But aside that also too, now these peer reviewers can also to come on board, review your publication. And we had an advice that okay, maybe people might give negative reviews on the platform, because the review is going to be available for everyone to see. But they said we should make it either public or private. Yeah, I hope I answered your question. Yeah. That's right. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please put your hands together for Nelvis. I'm aware, I'm very aware that we spent a lot of time here, which we didn't plan for. We know we should have closed by 2 p.m., but late start always will affect late conclusion. So forgive us. We're left with one last one. And I had to let this one come on board because it is from also our universities here in Ghana, and student innovations mean a lot to us all. So this is from the Accra Technical University. Please come on board quickly and do this for us. Please put your hands together for the ATU innovators. ATU innovators, whilst you make your way up here, know one thing, that you are standing in between us and lunch. It's very important. So if anybody looks at you the very bad way, please take it easy, okay? It's legitimate. Please come here, wait, take this. It's a legitimate bombastic side eye they'll give you. But please be formidable and carry this out in less than 5 minutes, okay? I trust.
Good afternoon. I am Roberta Esnemabaya, and I am here with my fellow A2U students, and we are here to present on products that we've developed. So we will first of all start the ball rolling by talking about our Prekese mixed spice. Now, the idea behind this is that For example, whenever we go to the market, we see them selling prekese, we see them selling turkey berries and ginger, and sometimes they're in bulk. So eventually they start to decay or get spoiled. So we wanted to preserve the shelf life of it. So we decided to make it into a mixed spice. So this idea was dehydrated. The product was dehydrated, and then we make sure that we cleaned everything, cut them into pieces, and we milled it after dehydration into a smooth powder. Now, this product has a lot of health benefiting properties because it contains nutrients like phytochemicals, polyphenols, saponin, and tannin. It also contains antioxidants, and these antioxidants is really helpful in immunity boosting products because it helps to remove free radicals from the system. Now, these free radicals are oxidative substances that causes chronic diseases such as cancer. So it's help in all this is a sustainable food system and it's promoting public health. And one thing about it, because it's also packaged like this, it can be used instantly, and so it can also be commercialized. Then we moved on to our frozen spice. This is it's a frozen food functional product made of 4 Ghanaian indigenous ingredients, namely prekese, also known as the Aden fruit, turkey berry, ginger, and fermented African locust beans, also known as dawadawa. So the idea behind this is that over the times, compared to cooked and dried ingredients, heat is applied, hence some nutrients are lost. But when it's frozen, it retains all its nutrients, hence enhancing health benefits. So for these ingredients, we managed to, for the turkey berries, we first of all seeded all the seeds because the seeds contributed to bitterness. Then afterwards, we blanched it. Blanching as in we poured hot water over it for about 5 minutes. This is done to prevent discoloration. Then for the other ingredients, namely prekese, ginger, and dawadawa, we wash them. Then after that, we place this ingredients, we combined them into a blender. Then we added 400 milliliters of water, and then we blended it until a smooth puree was achieved. So in doing so, after that, we froze it for a while. So as long as it's frozen well, its shelf life can be for over a year. And because it retains its nutrients, it can be used for domestic use at home. So this is mainly for domestic use. Then we move on to our yogurt. This yogurt is made from tiger nuts and coconut. Normally, the idea is when we normally see yogurt, we normally come with it's made from the cow, the powdered milk. But some people are lactose intolerant, hence they cannot be able to get the lactose from these animals. But then tiger nuts and coconut are plant-based, and because of that, they are lactose free. So for this product, everyone, whether you're lactose intolerant or not, can benefit from it. And we managed to come up with 3 flavors: coconut, tiger nut, and taiko, which is tiger nut and coconut combination. Now, these yogurt is also very rich in antioxidants, as we mentioned earlier. It helps to boost the immunity system and also remove all the radicals that can cause cancer, which is a chronic disease. And also we have fiber. This fiber we have the dried one and we have the fresh one. This is because not everybody can take the fiber, but we know fiber is very good for the body. It helps in easy release of bowels. And so for those who would like to have fiber as part of their yogurt or as an accompaniment to the yogurt, it's there for everyone to take it along. Thank you.
So my first comment will be, I know there's no time, but in the food market there are a lot of competitors. Have you looked at it and how you are going to survive? That is one thing that you should think about because almost all the things that we talked about, mostly we have them around. So what are you doing? And like we asked the other people, have you tried to take it to the board which is in charge That's Food and Drug Board.
Okay, so for now, we are
Or
on.
you are now.
Yes, we are in the process of doing
So
it.
are you selling any of this?
No, please. For now, we have the yogurt. We have a yogurt lab at our ATU.
So you don't sell any of these products?
Well, we sell, no.
You
For now,
don't?
we're exhibiting it, but we do
Okay.
sell the yogurt.
Okay.
Thank you. Good. Still under experiment, right? Not yet for sale. So nice concepts. But because of time, let me just talk on two. The last one that you call a yogurt. You are all students, right? So what I will tell you is that when you leave here, go and check the definition of yogurt. Okay? Or maybe I should also tell you, but try to go and know more. A yogurt is a fermented milk product with the fermenting organisms alive. The emphasis, two things. Fermented products with the fermenting organisms alive. Once that fermenting organism is not there, it's not a yogurt. Do you get it? So meaning that it's possible for you to ferment your milk, which you call any sauce, Bambara nut, Tiger nut. You can ferment it with your lactic acid bacteria, Lactobacillus plantarum and Streptococcus thermophilus. Good, you get your yogurt. But if you do anything that makes those organisms not to be alive when they want to consume it, it's no more yogurt. You have to qualify it with another adjective. It's either you said, eat treated yogurt. You want to do something, you have in mind. Be fast. What I'm saying, is it correct or not?
No, I want to make a correction to what you're saying.
Okay,
the yogurt we have here, it has not been heat treated. It was just freeze to make the bacteria probiotic inactive. But we
You
didn't
are
kill
causing
it.
problem again. You are bringing another terminology, probiotics. Are you sure what is there is probiotic organism? You are looking at your supervisor's face.
So-
Don't say what you cannot defend and listen to what I'm telling you. What I'm telling you is that reason why I'm saying that, and because you said you've not started selling, right? It's still under what do you call it now? Experiment, ideology, everything, right? So that you'll be able to know what to do. That's why I'm giving you the concept. Because most of the yogurt you see outside, you have two types. Some of them are normal yogurt because they sell them under chilled environments. That low temperature environment allows the lactic acid bacteria, those two organisms that I've mentioned, they can be probiotic, they cannot be probiotic. It's not compulsory that they must probiotic. That's why I'm saying don't go there. Are you getting it? So it can be probiotics and at the same time it may not be probiotics. It's not all lactic acid bacteria that are probiotics. Do you get it? So leave that for now. Now, there is some yogurt that you see outside that they sell on the shelf. Any so-called yogurt in code that you see on the shelf is not yogurt. Because the fermenting organisms, lactic acid bacteria, will not survive at that temperature of the shelf. That is room temperature. It will not survive. Okay? And because it's not going to survive, the processors have treated it after producing the yogurt, after fermentation. They apply heat treatment to kill those organisms. And that's why you see them sold on the shelf. But those ones that still has the organism intact, that has not been heat treated, maybe through pasteurization or any other heat treatment method, they have no choice but to put them under a chilled environment so that the organism can be inactive. Are you getting it? But it's still there. Do you get it now? Because for such product, which is yogurt, if you take it to ordinary room temperature, just take your yogurt now, the yogurt that you have produced, put it outside or put it in your kitchen on the table. By the time you get there the following day, that your container will have busted. If that doesn't happen, that is not yogurt. So it means that the organism has been killed. So if the organisms have not been killed and you leave it on a table without putting inside fridge, it's going to burst because fermentation will continue. And when fermentation continues, what happens? Your CO2 will be produced. And when CO2 is produced, what happens? It's a gas, right? And the container will start swelling. Do you get it? So that is what I will talk on. I can see that the moderator is really on me. So let's stop there.
Prof, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for yourselves. In fact, it has been very educative. We do not have the luxury of time. You let your phone. You let your phone. Yeah. We haven't got the luxury of time, but we still have to end somewhere. Let me say a big thank you to you all. Please, one more time for yourselves. You have been impeccable. You've been very, very patient with us. Let me shift the special vote of thanks to my colleague, Dr. Felicia Nkrumah-Kwabedzi. She'll be happy to do that for us. Please put your hands together for Dr. Felicia Nkrumah-Kwabedzi to give us a vote of thanks, and we can have a great wrap.
Thank you so much. It's been a very insightful day. I have enjoyed every bit of the presentations. So many innovations, so many bright ideas in Africa. I think we all agree that we just have to take the comments, fine-tune, finalize them, and upscale this so that it doesn't only stay on our university campuses. Thank you so much for sharing your innovations with us, with the rest of the continent. We had so many people connected online, and so we really appreciate that you shared your innovations with us. Let me, on behalf of the Secretary General of the Association of African Universities, Professor Olushola Oyewele, and on behalf of the AAU board members, really appreciate all of you for working with us throughout this week. We started since Monday, through to Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and today being Friday. We really appreciate your continuous engagement with the discussions throughout the week. Let me also appreciate our online participants. They've stayed throughout. Even when we went out on a short break, they were still connected. So we sincerely appreciate you for connecting throughout. To our keynote presenter, who is Professor Amevi Akakpovi from Accra Technical University. He really started the day off by, raising the mood and drawing attention to critical areas, which is very important in terms of transforming Africa's higher education. We therefore want to sincerely appreciate him again for sharing those words of wisdom with us and for the time investment in even putting together that presentation. So we sincerely appreciate him. To our panel of advisors, you've done a very wonderful job. We sincerely appreciate all of you. Please let's give them a resounding round of applause. They've provided key contributions, and the hope is that we really take this back and refine our product. And next time we want to keep seeing you, the products beyond Ghana, beyond Africa on a broader international space. To exhibitors and innovators, some of you had come from Temale. Some of you had come from various parts of Accra, some from Takoradi and all over. And the other ones that we received online. We want to sincerely appreciate you for going through the process. As we said, we received close to 60 applications, but we selected yours. That means you're already a winner. There's something very special about your innovation. We really want to appreciate you and for the time spent here. The AAU staff, both those based here in Accra at the headquarters, and then those from our other regional offices, Southern Africa Regional Office, those from our Eastern Africa Regional Office, from our Europe office as well, and then our Northern Africa Regional Office. We've done this from Monday to Friday through your support. We sincerely want to appreciate all of you. Can we see the AAU staff here? AAU staff, let's see you so we can appreciate you. Myself inclusive here. We want to thank the team that has worked tirelessly, sending reminders, making sure everything has worked seamlessly. On that note, I just want to end by saying that we'll be giving certificates of participation to all our innovators, all those that we had presentations from. Can we see a sample of that? A sample of the certificate if it's ready. So that is it. It says Certificate of Participation 2025 Africa Universities Day Celebration Innovation Expo. This certificate is presented to, and then your name would come in recognition of your innovative spirit, creativity, and dedication in developing impactful solutions that contribute to the advancement of higher education in Africa. And it is signed by Professor Olushola Oyewele. So we'll be emailing this to all of you just to show that we sincerely appreciate you. On that note, I would like to hand over back to Mr. Ajiman so he can wrap us up. But thank you all so much.
Distinguished guests, thank you very much. And the occasion of the event today is officially closed or adjourned, because we will be linking up with you later on via emails, reminding you for other sessions. As such, we won't leave the ideas here. So all of you will help you to the journey, and then we'll progress together. Opposite us is a room that has a special item called the item number 13, that you all should all grab one and then have a wonderful weekend. God bless you all and be safe. Bye.